I have mine off, and then you'll have that. Oh.
Run to the bathroom for 30 seconds.
Testing. You guys can hear. Testing. Good morning, everyone. Hello, I'm going to ask you to now please be quiet. I want to welcome everybody to the first DeSci.Berlin event. The team wants to thank everybody and especially the sponsors who made this possible. We want to thank you, everybody who's also here, and hopefully there's a lot of people watching on the live stream. So this is not just a conference, it's actually a get-together of builders, thinkers, and innovators to exchange ideas and to learn from each other to build the new systems of the future. So today, to welcome you for the first talk, we have Paul Kohlhaas of Molecule, the co-founder and CEO. Then Tyler Golato, also of Molecule and co-founder. Oh my God, I'm completely blanking out, but I do know Vincent Weisser, who's also from Molecule, is going to be speaking as well. And Niklas, I have to make sure I get his last name correct, Rindtorff. So if you want to please give a great applause to this team that has put this together to welcome you to this event.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Kohlhaas, and yeah, I'm incredibly excited to welcome all of you bright minds to this first DeSci.Berlin conference. First, I want to take a personal moment again to give a massive thank you to our team, specifically to Beata, Izan, Heinrich, and Stephen and Thilo, who are doing the live stream in the back. Essentially, the whole community that helped shape up this event and brought all of us together. Yeah, it's been an incredible, I think, amount of work. I think it was only 4 to 5 weeks ago when we were formally like, okay, let's really do this event. Maybe some of you are also going to NFT Berlin, which will be happening from Wednesday onwards. But yeah, for us, this really marks kind of a first, DeSci marks for us a first paradigm shift in terms of how we can really enable open science through Web3. And for us, these kind of events are incredibly important to bring together great minds and kind of people that are new to the space, experienced people in the space, to really help co-create it together, because it's at such a young phase in its development. Okay, maybe a quick, for those of you that don't know me, so my name is Paul Kohlhaas. I've actually been working on this this dream a little bit for the better part of 4 years. Essentially figuring out how we can use Web3 and really financial systems to open up science more broadly. And how did I get here? So my background is actually not a scientist. I'm an economist by training. And I think this marriage that DeSci has of economics, of new incentive systems, together with traditional sciences and trying to improve the traditional sciences is really interesting. So my original background actually was in, as a teenager, I spent a lot of time online in various online biohacking forums where people were extremely openly kind of pursuing open science in a similar way almost that we see in software development communities, where knowledge is really readily shared, where people work in open data repositories. And then when I was, I think just about 22, 23, I started getting very deeply into the crypto system because as an economist, I found that really interesting. I also spent quite a lot of time during my studies trading biotech stocks. I found it really interesting that biotech stocks, typically they just tend to behave based on the data of their underlying assets that those companies are developing. So you could have a company develop a specific asset. Openly writing about bonding curves. I know we have one of the later speakers, Jack Scannell. I remember a really just funny anecdote where me and my co-founder Tyler traveled to London this was in I think early 2019 to speak to Jack about the use of bonding curves in the context of intellectual property assets. We'll hear a lot more about that later today. But yeah, just wanted to give you guys some brief background. And Tyler and I have been building molecules since, really since early 2019. And what we've really seen happen over the past 2 years is that all of the kind of the puzzle pieces to really make decentralized science possible, from publishing to decentralized biotech, to data storage, reputation systems, all of those puzzle pieces are now coming together. And so what I find really inspiring for us as a community to start putting the right pieces together to really form new research organizations and completely new ways of doing science and of liberating science. So this overview is thanks to our great friends at UltraRare Bio. I don't know if anyone is here from their team today, but I find it completely, I assume many of you have seen this. If not, I think it's a really cool overview. This is their most recent overview of the decentralized science landscape. And what's really interesting, 6 months ago or 8 months ago, this didn't exist. Like there was a couple of individual organizations that had started building out, but really not yet a community like this. And today we find a myriad of companies working on decentralized biotech. We have teams and networks looking at the decentralized funding of science very broadly. There's active science DAOs already, for example, like VitaDAO, who are actively funding live research. There's organizations like SciDAO emerging, LabDAO. And we'll hear a lot from different speakers from those organizations in the next few days. And our hope with this conference is actually also that, and this unconference actually, is that new organizations can emerge through all of us being here together. There's different foundations that have emerged. There's protocols around data, scientific publishing, which is an incredibly large problem. Like, how do we make scientific publishing less centralized? There's different science and art NFT projects, and everything is coalescing through the different communities and chats that have emerged in DeSci. But what I find astounding is this didn't exist 6 to 8 months ago, and it really speaks just to the speed at which Web3 communities are coalescing and kind of self-organizing. So what is DeSci? So DeSci is actually nothing that is that new. I mean, the D part is new, but open science as a movement has existed for decades. But in the past, it's really failed to gain any meaningful traction. And our core thesis is it's failed to gain meaningful traction simply due to a lack of incentives. And this is the most basic part, is what's different now? Well, with Web3, we have fundamental technology to redesign mechanisms and incentives to actually make open science possible. And so I think DeSci is an attempt to make the tooling, infrastructure, mechanism design, and incentive structure of open science possible using Web3. But it also doesn't do that exclusively. I think DeSci and the underlying tokenomic systems that are developing in some of these cases go really beyond what open science is. And I think for open science, for example, open science never, I think, aimed at a financialization of science. But to some extent, Web3 and DeSci are doing that. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how this evolves over the next couple of years. And the space is still being defined. And I think we all actually have an opportunity and a responsibility to shape what it means and in which direction we want to take it and in which direction it sprawls. Because it's already sprawling into many different directions, which I just think is so cool. Why is DeSci important? Like, why are we here? We believe that if built responsibly, DeSci really has the potential to enable collaborative, inclusive, and self-sovereign science. And I think this notion of science itself becoming self-sovereign is one that I find incredibly interesting. Like, you could have scientific knowledge, hypotheses, or new IP kind of bring itself to life. Because if you think once something operates in a self-sovereign, for example, tokenized system in Web3, no one can really control it anymore if the system design is in that way. And I always found this notion of science bringing itself to life, really interesting. To enable a much broader participation in the sciences, I think many areas of scientific research medical research being one of them, for example, have been very closed off to the public. They haven't been inclusive for stakeholder groups like patients to really much more openly engage in. And I think in the same way, for example, that software development enabled anyone to become a software developer if they were 15, 16, I think DeSci here also has the potential to really enable a much broader part of society to participate in science. I think to enable new funding and publishing systems, grant funding systems have been broken for decades in the way that we actually obtain funding for research and in the way that funding is prioritized. A goal of moving power away from centralized institutions towards more localized communities that actually make decisions. And then ultimately enabling a creator economy for scientists. So in a similar vein, the NFT art space has only been around for, what, 1.5 years? I think in around 2018, 2019, we saw first NFT art sales in the hundreds of thousands, maybe a few million. And I think in January this year, we topped $20 billion in NFT art sales in volume. It's just completely mind-boggling. And there I'm thinking, hey, what if we were able to catalyze that kind of funding and that kind of public interest, into scientific research? And I think that's really the larger potential here, is to unlock so much value and so much, I think, attention into the right things as a society. And lastly, for anyone here, I think out of the classic, like the classical Web3 crowd, and maybe it's interesting, it'd be, actually wait, let's try this quickly. Who here has a scientific and academic background and not a background from Web3? Okay, wow. I'd say that's like 70%, and who here has a background purely from Web3? Okay, wow. Okay, so we're more like 80-20 at the most, which is really cool. That's really good. So maybe then to all the Web3 people and science people, I think this is amazing because we all now form part of the same community, but then I'd say all of the Web3 people really also have an obligation here, I think, to like teach, to teach our methods and what infrastructure is available. And for the Web3 people, I think what's so exciting here is that DeSci really has, as a space in Web3, really the potential to touch and go outside of Web3. Because in Web3 or in these crypto systems, there's been so much self-referential system building, like a DeFi system where people stake a token into a system or an API from another system and stake it back with leverage and yield. And in the end, you're like, okay, but what are we changing here? Like, what impact does this have? And so we've had a lot of self-referential system building in Web3. And to me, I find DeSci really exciting to really create something that touches a patient, that changes a researcher's life, that really makes scientific funding, for example, more efficient. Cool. Well, but wait, we've been here before. So this is just a header from the Blockchain for Science conference, which took place in Berlin at the NH Hotel on 5th and 6th November 2018. Was anyone from the audience there? Yes? Theo Beudel, Tyler? Do we have Sönke Bartling in the house? No, not yet. Okay. So what's really interesting, and as a next slide, we'll go look at the agenda of that conference. But so Blockchain for Science was really a really incredible movement that started, I think, in early 2018, spearheaded by Martin Etzroth, Sönke Bartling, a couple of people out of the Berlin crypto space that were really trying to do a similar thing in terms of trying to apply new crypto economic models in blockchain to the broader scientific industry. And I thought it was interesting and it was also a conference that took place in Berlin. Interesting to kind of retro what happened then, and also just look at what did we talk about back then. So there's a couple of things that were quite similar. So talking about decentralized research data, new deals on data. Actually, we had a presentation from Ocean Protocol, creating immutable research data trails, blockchain scalability. That's actually been solved. I actually gave a first speech there about bonding curves and how this could be applied to pharma and molecule. You can see how long it takes to build these systems. legal aspects for ICOs, for research projects. I think we have a whole track later on legal systems and how we can bridge those systems, and accelerating genomic data generation. There's a lot of cool stuff here and thinking there already. And just a lot of similarities of what people were actually working on and trying to build. So what happened? And what can we learn from it? So everyone that was building back then was incredibly well-intentioned, and since we only have 2 people from the audience, I don't know if it makes that much sense to build. I mean, one thing is for certain: this movement started out at the beginning of a bear market. Unfortunately, like, markets fundamentally influence capital and the amount of time that people are just able to dedicate to new world-changing projects. But Tyler, any idea from you?
Yeah, I think that there's a few projects that are still that came out of that, like research. Hub was there, molecules sort of early decentralization there. But I think a lot of times what happens is there's a sort of nascent movement. It's new. There's a lot of excitement around it, but it's hard to actually persist for years and keep chugging at a problem, especially when markets go down, markets go up. In terms of like a retro from the event, I think this is quite typical. Like, I think it takes a lot of persistence through challenging problems to be able to succeed and build something. And I think the opportunity that we have here is to really identify who the builders are in the space, rally around them. You have these sort of, like the conversation we were having with James Sönke the other day, you have sort of joiners, explorers, and builders. And I think the goal for this conference should be, if people are interested in this space and are interested in exploring what it actually means to get involved in decentralized science. And I'm particularly impressed by the fact that, like, almost 90% of the crowd is scientists and not Web3 folks. I think what would be valuable is, like, really creating communities around these projects. I think maybe the biggest risk that happened in 2018, if I look at those projects, were that they were building many of them in isolation, they weren't DAOified, and they didn't manage to create, like, these sort of unstoppable communities. And I think what's changing now, what we've learned from communities like VitaDAO or LabDAO, is really the strength and the motivation for these projects to actually succeed and move forward are largely driven by the community dynamics behind them. Once you have 5,000 people, 6,000 people collaborating on a project, it's actually very hard to kill. If you're a group of 5 people trying to persist and build something through a ton of challenges, it can be very easy to give up. So maybe just as like a general call to action, I think the goal here is to help broaden the communities behind these projects and enable anyone who's interested to actually get involved. And because of that, I think there's a lot of strength in these DAOs, for example, in terms of general approach.
Theo, do you want to say anything? Or?
It's a complex matter, but nothing to add for now. Something to reflect
Okay.
on.
I mean, something that I can just say off the bat, I mean, just because you mentioned communities, we didn't have Discord back then, or like Slack. I mean, and lots of people weren't actually on Twitter yet. It wasn't as widely used. So actually, as Tyler pointed out, I think connectivity in the space is extremely important. But the other thing that simply didn't exist back then, there was almost no Web3 tooling in 2018. So it was all like, yes, we could use the blockchain for this. It would be awesome to build autonomous smart contracts for that. But none of it existed. It was extremely hard to build. And now it's 2022, and we have fully functioning layer 1 chains that have shared security. We have cost-effective layer 2 chains where you can, for fractions of cents, kind of put through your use cases, which previously wasn't possible. We have much better developer tooling for dApp deployment. There's complete out-of-the-box tokenization frameworks where you essentially, if you wanted to test a specific use case, like, you don't need to write a single line of code. There's liquid decentralized markets that you could then use for your tokenized use cases. There's functioning NFT marketplaces such as OpenSea. And there's fully functioning decentralized data storage systems like Filecoin and Arweave. And we'll actually hear from both of those teams. And a massive thank you to those teams as well for sponsoring. What actually missed as well, there's fully functioning reputation systems and identity systems. I think we'll hear from the Ceramic team, I don't know if later today or later tomorrow on that as well. So essentially, if you want to build, actually all of the tools are there. And so now it's more about putting the puzzle pieces together. In 2018, that didn't exist. So actually many teams back then set out to build their own blockchain for scientific publishing. And then they had their own science coin. And actually, that's another thing. I think early tokenization in the DeSci space is quite tricky and can be quite just hindering to progress, specifically because I think a scientific audience tends to be much more critical of tokenization and kind of everything that comes with that. Cool. So in the coming days, we're going to explore all of these building blocks of DeSci, which I'm really excited about. From decentralized publishing to funding systems, the legal systems that make them possible, decentralized autonomous organizations, distributed IP ownership, and so on. Our hopes for this conference is really, I think, to inspire through talks. So these talks should really be like inspiring for you guys, for the audience, but then to lead to concrete outputs. So each series of talks will be followed by a set of workshops. And we hope that maybe each workshop that like forms, someone can be a note taker and actually take notes for anyone that can't be in the workshops, so that we can actually spread the vibes. And then maybe at the end of the 2 days, we can present all the outputs. So really make this an unconference style, something where we all co-create together. And there's a ton of different workshop rooms around the venue. So if you want to be like, hey, I want to grab this person and this person and this person, and like let's jam on the specific concept for 2 hours. That's also what I think makes this space that we share really cool. And then we hope that actually through events like this, we can enable the emergence of new projects. So in decentralized biotech, I think VitaDAO for me today is one of the most like leading examples of like actually implementing DeSci and really like doing it. So VitaDAO to date has funded over $2 million worth of longevity projects. Don't worry. Has funded over $2 million worth of longevity projects. I think there's over 15 research projects from universities across the globe that have come through that pipeline. There's over 40 that are actively being vetted. VitaDAO still has a very active large treasury that it's deploying into different projects. So it's also a great partner to collaborate with. And I mean, the amazing thing about VitaDAO is really it's a community of over 5,000 different scientists, university laboratories, including some of the leading figures in that space. And I think VitaDAO has actually managed for the broader longevity community to really create a new way of being and a new way of conducting research much more openly. And so our hope is that actually maybe we can enable the creation of organizations like that over the next couple of days. So what DeSci needs is really more scientists and experimentation. We also need experienced entrepreneurs. I think there's many scientists often don't have an entrepreneurial background, but it's extremely useful if you have people in your team, for example, that actually have built startups before. And what we need to do is build and ship iteratively, because we're often pursuing such a big vision that I think it's quite important to just get to it and ship and test quickly. We also need capital allocators, both from the Web3 space and from the TradSci space, both for-profit and non-profit. And then what we really need to take is a long-termist view and like a commitment to build and see things through. And I'll just give an example of why I think that's really important. So organizations like VitaDAO, like I see lots of biotech DAOs now coming up, and I'm like, wait, you don't simply build a biotech DAO. It's not a Discord and like a multisig. Even though it can sometimes seem like that from the outside, but building DAOs in Web3 is incredibly hard. Like from choosing your technical stack to what kind of DAO stack you use. How do you build a sustainable community around that is actually really engaged and that really cares about what is being done? That doesn't just want to get in and for the token. And then how do you actually design the tokenomics around it? Does your DAO actually need a token? Can it function without one is the first question. How do you finance the DAO? How do you legally wrap it? What is it? What is it legally even? So building a DAO, regardless of biotech or science, is really hard. And then I'd say building in biotech and medicine is also really hard. Like I think building a startup in medicine or in healthcare is one of the most difficult things that you can do. Or building a startup in science more broadly. And then the DeSci space as a whole is really still very young and fledgling. I think there's many things that we still have to learn. As I said, I think there's many first-time founders. There's a lot of idealism, which is amazing, but idealism then also needs to match like product market fit. Like you have to build something that people want. And it's still unproven. So I think building a biotech DAO is hard. And actually, building a biotech DAO, in my opinion, is ultra hard if you want to get it right. And through that as well, I think the DeSci community will face risks, like if we don't responsibly build, and if we don't ensure that people responsibly have the right frameworks to do so. For example, in terms of funding, Web3 investors don't really understand biotech at all, and biotech investors don't understand Web3. So how do you build, let's say, a cohesion of people and a community that really is able to help founders in the right way in like both of these areas? Because it takes a lot of like subject matter expertise. Cool, and for us this means providing the railways and the frameworks to build in the right way early on. We're still good? Still good? Okay, okay. Yeah, and then I'm almost there. I want to finish just by giving a massive thank you to all of you for coming here. We also have many kind of our own funders and our own investors who are present today that we actually hope to seed into the rest of the ecosystem. Yeah, the past kind of milestone for us, just as the past, let's say, year as Molecule marks a huge milestone for us. And I think how is the space funded in DeSci is a really important question. And where does funding actually come from? And we're incredibly excited and just grateful to be able to kind of announce our funding round. It took us a really long time to get here and to do it sustainably. We haven't actually broadly shared this yet, just because we've been so busy actually setting up this conference for all of you. But super happy to also just announce Molecule's funding round. So we recently raised we raised 12.69 million. We formally closed it last week, and this is kind of our seed funding that will really help us build out core parts of the ecosystem. There should be a more formal announcement going online once we have time after this conference. But yeah, I wanted to share that with all of you. It's from a really amazing broad network of funders that straddle both the traditional scientific space, straddle the biotech space, and are deeply involved in Web3. And our hope is actually to give a lot of that back to the community by creating infrastructure, by building tools, and also by helping other people build biotech DAOs in a sustainable way. So there'll be more info on this coming. I'm not gonna go into the individual funders, but then just another thing that I want to kind of announce or just share with you is that we're starting out a program called BioXYZ. And BioXYZ will be a kind of a community-governed and a community-run program to fund and incubate and launch biotech DAOs. So really help other people launch biotech DAOs in a sustainable way. This will be done through grants of up to 100K and investments into those biotech DAOs. But really to enable people to build together, meaning like with BioXYZ, we really hope to provide the technical frameworks to launch DAOs in a safe way, the tokenomic designs, kind of just open source the playbook for anyone to kind of do this and build. And then also to kind of have people from other biotech DAOs float into your project that you're building. So if you want to connect with people in DAO and want to get help because they've done it, they know how to build a deal flow network, how to do sourcing, how to evaluate early stage IP, how to incorporate it. And so I think at this point actually in kind of the ecosystem's point, it's really important that we share knowledge and that we build together openly to really create resilient systems. Cool. Okay, that's been enough about us and about some of the things that we're doing. Should we finish with just a small talk? Do we have time?
I announced them, but I think it's a bit tight now.
Okay, sure.
We'll have a lot of time at the conference.
Yeah?
Meet everyone and chat. But yeah, I think we're
Okay. Cool. Well, then I will hand it back to Laura. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Here, I'll grab that one since you have it on. ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you to take your seats again. And I'm going to say it very loud many times until you do, so it's better you do it sooner. We're just going to get started as soon as everybody is quiet. Thank you. Are we ready? So we're going to start our next session with Jack. I'm going to let him take over. Thank you, Jack.
Well, thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure to be here. Most conferences I go to, I at least think I know something about the conference before I turn up. This is one where I don't have that illusion. So I've known Paul and Tyler since about 2019, and I've always thought, what they're doing sounds really interesting, but I don't really know what it is. And I guess over the next 2 days, I'll find out. But also, you have to bear in mind that I'm giving this speech thinking, what they do sounds really interesting, but I don't really know what it is. So if I can have the first slide, please. Or the next slide. So I was I trained in medicine, and then I became an academic biomedical scientist through most of the 90s. And during that period, when I was trying to extract money from the government for my research, it was clear to me how much better science was getting, right? So genomics over the course of my lifetime at that point had become about 10 billion times cheaper. Our ability to understand the structure of proteins, which is really important if you want to design drugs, had got tens of thousands of times better and cheaper. We could make transgenic animals to test our drugs in. Everything was getting better. And then around 2000, I went and worked in the commercial sector, and I realized that my kind of rosy scientific view was wrong. And if you looked at not just one, but a number of important productivity metrics, which effectively saying how much value is society getting out of its biomedical investment, things were going in the other direction. And they weren't going in the other direction in a small way, they were going in the other direction in a big way. The axis on these graphs is logarithmic, right? So, and this graph, which is the number of drugs per $1 billion spent by the global biopharmaceutical industry, logarithmic axis, it's inflation adjusted, and roughly there was a 100-fold decline in the number of drugs per $1 billion spent between 1950 and 2010. There has been a bit of an uptick since. I'm not going to talk about that much, but you might want to ask me about it later. But the grand uptick only takes us back to the glory days of 2000, right? Doesn't take us anywhere near the wonderful levels of productivity in 1950. And this struck me as a really interesting and important policy problem, because all of the things that everyone who does drug R&D think are important have got hundreds, thousands, millions, or in some cases tens of billions of times cheaper and better. But we're spending 100 times more per drug discovered. And how could this possibly be the case? So if I can have the next slide, please. This is how it could be the case. There's two broad logical classes of explanation. The one on the right is a kind of resource depletion explanation, and the one on the left is we're doing the wrong things kind of explanation. And if you've got a process where the inputs apparently get thousands or millions of times cheaper and the outputs get 100 times more expensive, either you've run out of things or you've stopped doing productive things and you've started doing unproductive things. And of course, these aren't exclusive. You could be doing both. And the problem I always thought for people working in the drug industry or academic biomedical scientists, as I used to be, is the more preposterous you think one of those explanations, the more you're forced to agree with the other one, right? So if you think, actually, there's lots of great opportunities left, and let me explain that, by the way. That's a guy with something called a Tasmanian tiger. The last known Tasmanian tiger died in a zoo in Hobart in 1932. So imagine we invent high-throughput Tasmanian tiger hunting omics, right? That's not going to make our Tasmanian tiger hunting any more efficient. Right, so that's the kind of resource depletion example. This, on the other side, in fact, he's not, or rather, this is someone trying to transmute lead into gold, right, something which can't be done. So again, if we fire lots of people who are doing something useful and substitute them for our lead to gold transmuters, again, that's not going to be very effective. So what is the short story? Well, the short story, I think, or my best punt at the short story is on the next slide. And this is based on a paper I published in 2012 and some more gritty, detailed sort of decision theoretic work I did after. And there's a sort of mixture of these resource depletion problems and we're doing the wrong thing problems, and they actually interact with each other. And I think the biggest challenge that the biopharmaceutical industry faces is something which in the paper we called the better than the Beatles problem. And again, here I'm probably showing a generational divide, but when I wrote the paper, the idea was this. Imagine how hard it would be to publish new music if every new record had to be better than the Beatles, if you could download all the old Beatles records for free, and if you never got bored of listening to the Beatles, right? If those were the criteria that existed, it would be very, very hard to publish new music. Now, in pharmaceuticals, that is almost exactly what happens, because what we have is we have an ever-improving back catalogue of drugs that go off patent and become almost free. The doctors get more and more experience of using them. And that effectively renders large swathes of biomedical innovation space uneconomic. And what this graph here shows is the proportion of US prescriptions that are for generic medicines, right? So now, over 90% of US prescriptions are for generic medicine. And the sort of innovative 10% is squeezed into those conditions that the drug industry has over the last 100 years failed to tackle. And for one reason or another, they're going to be tricky, right? A focus of most of the rest of my talk relates to this, right? So why have people abandoned the best screening and disease models? Well, they've abandoned the best screening and disease models because the screening and disease models that when we test chemistry in them that tell us which compounds work in people, they correspond to this part of the graph, right? They've given us cures. We have great models for stomach acid secretion. Now, if you test stomach acid drugs in dogs, the ones that work in the dogs work in people. Antihypertensives. We've got great antihypertensive models, and we've got good antihypertensive drugs. Lots of anti-infectives. Anti-infective models tend to be quite good. They correctly identify drugs, and because they correctly identify drugs that go generic, they render themselves commercially redundant. And what we're left with are models for solid tumors and Alzheimer's, and because those models don't correctly distinguish the right chemistry, we keep using them, right? So there's been a selective retirement and withdrawal of the best models. There's a bunch of other things as well. Clearly, regulatory barriers have risen. That's also related to the better than the Beatles problem. If you look at type 2 diabetes, for example, as more and more safe, effective drug classes have entered the market, quite rightly, the regulator insists on higher standards for new diabetes drugs, which mean you have to do larger, more expensive, and more trials. Can I have the next slide, please? So I'm going to talk a bit about screening and disease models, because my view from the history and from the decision theoretic work is that the real short resource in drug R&D is our disease models that distinguish between good and bad chemistry. Chemistry is not a limiting resource. Chemical space is almost infinite, right? But what we're short of are tools, decision tools, that distinguish the good and bad chemistry for a particular disease. And here are a couple of examples of real disease models. This shows the data that biologists really have to deal with. The one over here is data from a class of drugs that are typically used in cancer treatment. And what this graph shows is the correlation of just two different measures of the preclinical in vitro activity of those drugs. One measure is a measure of how well the drug binds to the protein that you think might be associated with the cancer. The other measure is how well it actually inhibits the activity of that protein. And people are interested in this because binding measures are cheap and easy. Activity inhibition measures are expensive, right? So you test it in a binding measure before you put it into an activity measure later down the R&D process. And what this shows is the correlation is pretty ropey, right? So your initial screen, which is this, really doesn't give you a very good idea of how good an enzyme inhibitor you are. And that's typically what biological data is like. The one on this side actually comes from a recent piece of work I've done with a company that make in vitro organ chips for trying to measure the toxic drugs before they go into animal studies. This is real data. What we have on the vertical axis is a subjective ranking of how toxic the drugs are, right? So the ones at the top, number 5, they're the safe ones. You know, the only way those would damage your liver is if someone filled a crate with them and then dropped them on your liver. The ones at the bottom, those are drugs that are highly liver toxic. They've been withdrawn by the FDA, or they've got black box warnings and so forth. And what we have on the horizontal axis is an in vitro measure of a pretty good in vitro model of liver toxicity, where you look at the concentration that's poisonous in your in vitro model divided by the clinical concentration that you have to give to a person. And what you see is a very, very weak correlation, right? So clearly, things that are toxic in your in vitro model are a little bit more dangerous in people. But the data here, no one would look at that correlation and be particularly impressed, right? But that's the reality of biological data. But we use these models as decision tools, right? Effectively, if we want to know whether to put something into people, we'll test it in our in vitro model, and if stuff is not too far over this way, we'll put it into a human trial, right? So these are effectively the signposts or the decision criteria that we use to progress things in R&D. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's a slightly more formal view, and it's a complicated slide, but I will try and talk you through it. Imagine that we've got a really good screening and disease model where we could test a large number of candidates, and if we had infinite money and no ethics and could put them all into people, the score on the candidate in the model would correlate very well with the score in the clinic, right? That's our kind of ideal. Alternatively, we might have a lousy model where the score in the model correlates only very, very weakly with the score in the clinic. In both cases, what we're really trying to do in drug R&D is we set a threshold. We say some things cross that threshold, we'll put them into the next stage of the process. And we hope that we found true positives that score well in people and not false positives that will fail in the trials and cost us a lot of money. And just to give you a bit of scale here, 9 out of 10 drugs roughly going into clinical trials don't end up getting approved. Right? So when you make the decision to put drugs into people, you've got a lot more false positives than true positives. Now, if you look at the good model, what you'll see is that the ratio of true positives to false positives is relatively high. If you look at your bad model, the ratio of false positives to true positives is very, very high. And you can try and quantify this with a measure called positive predictive value, which is the proportion of the things that you think are good that are actually good. And that's shown here. And what you see with a good model, as you get more and more selective, as you demand a higher and higher score on your decision tool, your positive predictive value becomes high. If you've got a bad model, where the correlation is low, even if you test lots and lots of things, even if you have massive throughput, even if you've got that brute force efficiency that we talked about in the first slide, your positive predictive value remains low. Because the situation is, when effective drugs are rare, and effective drugs are rare, bad models are effectively false positive generating machines, right? And I'll give you a very nice concrete example. The world's first useful antimicrobial was a drug called Prontosil, sulfanilamide. It was discovered in 1932 by a guy who worked at Bayer called Gerhard Dommack. And Dommack was able to screen a couple of hundred compounds, and he found the world's first useful antimicrobial. Now, between 1995 and 2005, the global biopharmaceutical industry, a number of companies, Glaxo mostly, but a number of other companies as well, thought, okay, we're going to throw genomics and modern drug discovery technology at the problem of antimicrobials. So they had this wonderful rational approach to do it. What they said is we're going to look for genes that are essential across a range of bacterial pathogens. We're going to make sure they don't have close homologs in people because we don't want to poison people. And what we're then going to do, we're going to find the 100 or so best, and we're going to mount what are called high-throughput screening campaigns where you test hundreds of thousands of compounds on their ability to bind each one of those essential bacterial proteins in vitro. And Glaxo and a number of companies did this. They tested over 10 to the 7 compounds compared to Gerhard Dommack's 10 to the 2 compounds 70 years earlier. And they found precisely no antibiotics worth putting into clinical trials. Right? So there's an obvious question, right? How can someone test a couple of hundred compounds in 1932 and find a useful antimicrobial, but between 1995 and 2005 you can test 10 to the 7 compounds and not find anything useful? And it falls out of this decision theoretic maths, right? So Dommack was testing his drugs in live mice with sepsis. The global drug industry was testing its drugs against isolated bacterial proteins. If the correlation between a set of compounds tested in the mouse is about 0.8 with a human, whereas the correlation in the scores in your high throughput screen correlated with the human is only 0.2, you would expect the best 1 out of 100 compounds tested in the mouse to outperform the best out of 10 to the 7 compounds tested in the lousy model when you put them into people. Again, bad models are false positive generating machines. And we now know why the antimicrobial models did so badly. Firstly, bacteria have evolved to be really good at not letting small drug-like molecules through their cell walls and cell membranes. Right? So if you get an isolated protein in a dish and you see how well compounds bind it, it tells you almost nothing about the ability of those compounds to treat a bacteria in vivo. Domack, on the other hand, was testing his compounds in mice. Right? So if they killed bugs in mice, you knew they got into the animal, you knew they got through the bacterial cell wall. Another problem which came to light was that the genes that you identified in the bacteria as essential are environment specific. So the genes that are essential when you're doing your bacterial experiments in vitro are not the same genes that would be essential if the bacteria were living in a human host. So there's a number of things, important factors that effectively torpedoed the correlation between the results in the in vitro screens and human clinical utility. Can I have the next slide, please? Next, just keep going, keep going. And to give you a bit of context here, again, I used to be a biologist, and there's other biologists in the audience. Roughly, for much of the sort of parameter space that we're interested in, if you change the correlation coefficient between your model and the human outcome of interest by 0.1, so the correlation coefficient goes from 0.6 to 0.7, or 0.7 to 0.8, that has about the same impact on productivity as changing the brute force efficiency or your throughput or your number of projects by a factor of 40, right? And when I was a biologist, when I used to plot graphs, if one of them had a correlation coefficient of 0.6 and the other had a correlation coefficient of 0.5, I would assume there was no difference, right? If I'd been using those models to do drug R&D, there could have been a 40-fold productivity difference between those two models. So, what does this mean? Well, what it means is we need to think a lot harder about models, right? So my view is model validity is one of the sort of under-recognized and under-managed but quantitatively important factors in biomedical research. And actually, can we just go on? I want to show the whole of the slide. This is a bit of a build, so that's perfect. So, I mean, no one working in drug R&D thinks bad models are a good thing, but they're formally evaluated remarkably rarely, right? And a lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is trying to develop frameworks to help people prospectively evaluate screening and disease models before deciding whether they believe the targets or the drugs that have come out of those models. And an important thing to state here is I'm not making a sort of counsel of perfection, right? I'm not saying the only way you know a disease model is good or bad is if you take 100 compounds through the model, put them all into humans, find out what happens, because you're never going to do that. But model choice is always kind of Bayesian, right? We choose a particular model for doing R&D because we believe that the outputs of that model correlate with outcomes in people. If we didn't, we wouldn't use the model. So what one should do is one should try and come up with frameworks that shift the reality, or rather shift our Bayesian belief a bit closer to the reality. So the kind of frameworks that I'm developing now are evaluating on a range of criteria. You tailor it to the task in hand, but you're interested in things like the extent to which the model recapitulates the biology of the clinical state. The antimicrobial example, clearly the high throughput in vitro models did not recapitulate important aspects of the human biological state. Another thing less obvious but very important is, are we testing and measuring things in the model in the same way that we might measure them in a human? I'll talk a little bit about that later. An area where there is actually quite a big literature, and I think where the drug industry knows what it's doing, although I think, if I'm honest, academia often doesn't, is around what you might call statistical and experimental hygiene, right? So have you blinded the study? Are your sample sizes big enough, and so forth? And another really important idea is around what I would call domains of validity, right? So what are the conditions in which the results of the model are generalizable. Okay, so if you go on to the next slide, please. I'm just going to say a couple of things to give a couple of illustrations. Ischemic stroke drugs are a particularly good example of tests and endpoints. The history of drugs for ischemic stroke, where someone's got a blood clot in the brain, is dire. Loads and loads of drugs have been into humans. Nothing has worked. If you go back and look at the animal work which led to that, very often the drugs are given to animals 5 minutes after you've induced a stroke in the animal. If you have a human patient, it takes about 5 hours before you can give a drug, right? So that obviously decorrelates the results of the model from the outcome in people. Another interesting example from in vitro toxicology is around what you might call go, no-go threshold setting. So people would typically look at a certain level of safety in the in vitro model and use that to decide whether to progress a drug or not. And what they've never done is they've never systematically tested a large set of drugs that have gone into people with different toxicities to find out what the optimum threshold is. Could we just get one more slide?
Don't worry, we're not going to explode, people.
So I said at the start of this talk that I really didn't know very much about what Tyler and Paul did, and that's shown in the title because I've misspelt the subject of this meeting. But I'll have two tentative thoughts, which you are much better qualified to assess than me. The first one is, I think if you have a distributed ecosystem, right, where you're trying to collaborate to do science, it's important that you try and do much better than people currently do around understanding the validity of the screening and disease models. So actually, the effect size and the p-value from a study is much less important usually than thinking, does the test system in this study actually tell me anything useful about clinical outcomes in people, right? And there are some tools now to do that. And I think you may also be able to do something with incentives. I think certainly for academic scientists, the incentives for model evaluation are low, and the reason for that is that an exciting false positive is actually much better for your career than a boring true negative, right? So there may be ways to fix that. One other thing, my very last point is, and I'm guilty of this sometimes as well, but the history of biomedical innovation is rank with survivor bias, right? Things retrospectively appear to be much more designed and logical than they are. And in fact, I think an awful lot of what happens is clinical selection and user-led innovation that gets written out of history. And I wonder, and this is, I'm not going to go on about it now because I'm going to be pulled off stage, but I wonder whether, if people are thinking about doing things in a different way, building in that user-led innovation, user pull, which is sort of written out of conventional scientific histories, I wonder if there's a way of doing that. So I'll be quiet there and say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to have you here, and everybody else can continue the conversation on this with Jack as he's going to be here for the next 2 days. So our the next session is going to be a talk and then a workshop actually, and it's going to be led by Sebastian Brunemeier. He's an advisor in Molecule and a founding partner at HealthSpan Capital, and he has a very special talk prepared for you. He thinks he's going to make us laugh, so I hope there's lots of laughs. But if not, I'll make sure I do enjoy that. The talk.
Thank the conference organizers for the invitation to speak here. And I can already tell this is going to be a great conference, so looking forward to all of the talks. And Jack, That's going to be a hard act to follow. I should say that Jack is a big deal in the biopharma world. He's quite modest and British, but actually he's been putting forth a lot of original ideas and is highly cited, and was previously an equity research analyst at UBS who has devoted his life to the sort of academic goal of figuring out what's wrong with biopharma. So we're lucky to have him, and I am lucky to have him on the advisory board of HealthSpan Capital. So, right. Oh, by the way, keep an eye out for Jack's forthcoming longevity biotech company, which I will be investing in, and any of you guys should check it out as well. So, this is going to be more like stand-up comedy than a proper presentation, so I hope that's okay with you. For the first hour of my talk, if you'll humor me, we'll do some freestyle psychedelic poetry, some limericks and erotic haikus, followed by some team-building exercises such as trust falls, some primal interpretive dance, maybe even some urban shamanism, peyote smoking, and a vision quest to predict the Bitcoin price. And if there's time, maybe we'll talk about DeSci as well, if there's time. And this talk will go a few minutes over time, but it's okay because we don't have a hard stop. But seriously, so this is a potentially historic conference reminiscent of the first International Working Men's Revolutionary Labor Conference, where Karl Marx and Mikhail Bakunin, the anarchist, split the socialist movement between libertarian anarchists and statists. Our conference was organized on quite short notice and promoted through word of mouth, and yet we have some 200 plus people in the audience, and was heavily oversubscribed or sold out, which bodes well for the DeSci movement, and hats off to the organizers. So as a scientist personally and a general curmudgeon, I'm a pretty skeptical person. My day job is as a VC, which means I'm a professional bullshit detector. And I'm also sensitized to risk and the way that things can fail, or failure modes. And I'm pleased to report that thus far, the DeSci movement, young as it is, seems to be pretty robust so far. And as I look out in the audience, I see many friends and also beautiful new faces. And I'm hopeful because of how many IQ points are sloshing around out there in the audience. So with that, let's get started. So I'll tell you a bit of background, some of the problems in biomedical science, both academia and industry, glimmers of solutions and how DeSci might help, and of course, a shout out to longevity biotech, which is my day job, which I can't resist doing. And if you want to know more about longevity biotech, you can look up some talks I've given on YouTube. So who am I? Sebastian Brunemeier. I look myself in the mirror every day and ask these questions. But for the purposes of this presentation, I'm a biomedical scientist by training, molecular neuroscience and business management for biotech, part of a PhD on the biochemistry of aging. I work with a bunch of different research institutions, and I transitioned into biotech, specifically venture capital with Apollo Health Ventures, which is based here in Berlin, and which is today the largest aging-focused venture capital fund in the world with $200 million AUM. I launched a company called Samsara Therapeutics, which is based on autophagy-enhancing small molecule drug discovery. So basically, it is well known that caloric restriction and fasting is one of the best ways to promote health and extend lifespan, but it's very hard to do. And so what if we had a pill that would allow us to have our cake and eat it too? And this is what Samsara is working on. It's been fairly successful so far. And then I co-founded a company called Cambrian Biopharma, which is today one of the largest and more prominent aging-focused drug discovery companies. We've raised about $160 million in the last 2 years, and we have almost 20 assets in the pipeline. And then more recently, I've launched HealthSpan Capital, which is investing specifically on longevity companies, and I'm helping launch a company called Immune Age Pharma based on immune system rejuvenation. And I'm an advisor to DAO and Molecule as well. So yeah, I'm on the deal flow in longevity working groups for DAO, and also have been an advisor to Molecule since the early days, and I've been thoroughly impressed on the pace of progress. So just to orient you guys a bit, Jack has done some of that on how the biomedical ecosystem works broadly. And so let's zoom in. It all starts with the public. So money originates with the public. It flows to the NIH and grant agencies through taxes and then onto universities today about $50 billion a year in the US. Money also flows to the public markets and private market limited partners and venture funds, institutional pools of capital like pension funds, endowments, insurance, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, et cetera. The IP that's generated in the universities is licensed to biotech companies. The capital from venture capital, about $20 billion last year, which is an all-time record, flows into these startups as well as talent, and equity flows back. And these days, biotechs do most preclinical and early clinical R&D and are acquired later by pharma, or they out-license. In recent years, they've preferred to IPO. So big pharma performs later stage clinical trials with both biotech and pharma relying heavily on contract research organizations, or CROs. And the data are presented to regulators for approval, and then to the payers, the government or insurance, and then ultimately to prescribers, resulting in about $1 trillion in drug sales every year. And as dysfunctional as this system is, the drugs actually do save many lives, and they're expensive for a while, but then they go off patent, and then they become dirt cheap, at least usually when the system is working as it should. So if you guys know Founders Fund, they have a really interesting manifesto article on their website called What Happened to the Future. It was written, you'll notice there's some editorializing on their titles, but I think they're pretty accurate. What happened to the future? And it's basically an elaboration on the technological stagnation hypothesis. And to sum it up, So to sum it up, we were promised flying cars and we got 140 characters. So they're, to use Thiel's words, an advancement in a narrow cone of progress of software bits, but not in the deep tech world of atoms, including biotech. And I quote, "The best founders want to radically change the world for the better. To many investors, visionary entrepreneurs come off as naive or worse. Isn't it safer, easier, more profitable to create another social network for cat fanciers than it is to cure cancer, defeat terrorism, and organize the world's information?" And they show that the pace of travel speeds has not increased very rapidly over the last century. As Jack has spoken about, the cost of getting a new drug approved is rising significantly as well. It begs the question, is it getting intrinsically harder, or is academia or pharma for some reason just getting worse at their job? So Jack has spoken about this. He coined the term Eroom's law, which is the inverse of Moore's law, so the exponentially increasing difficulty to get a new drug approved. And what are some of the reasons behind this? One idea is that the low-hanging fruit has been picked, sort of better than the Beatles. I think that plays a role, but I don't think it entirely explains it. I think it lets the system off a little bit too easily. That the animal models are contrived, for example, Mouseheimers, and why lifespan is a better readout, for example. Perverse incentives, cartelization of the industry, and bureaucracy. And so there's some pretty bad news. The whole biopharma world is up in arms about the fact that big pharma is actually losing money. They're burning the investors' capital. So the internal rate of return is less than the weighted average cost of capital. So they're actually wasting money for every dollar that they spend. And pharma claims that it costs about $1 to $2 billion to develop a drug. That's not entirely true. That comes from Joe DiMasi at Tufts, in an industry-funded think tank, and its propaganda. It actually costs about $50 to $100 million on average to get a drug from discovery to approval, and takes about 7 years according to data from the NIH. That $1 to $2 billion accounts for all of the failures of pharma at a 10-to-1 failure rate, plus the cost of capital for 10 years at a 7% weighted average cost of capital, which doubles the net present value estimate. So it's an argument of sophistry. And something bad happened in the 70s in the developed world. So as you can see, economic total factor productivity started to decline in advanced economies along with real wages. It could be due to some concentration of wealth, or leaving the gold standard, or dismantling of labor unions, increase in government power, decline in R&D spending beyond the Cold War, or the emergence of glam rock. We can speculate. But the developing world continued to do well as low-income countries. And so let's talk a bit about science funding. We spend about $50 billion a year on the NIH, global pharma spends about $100 billion a year on R&D, although it's mostly clinical trials that leverage discoveries made by academia and taxpayer money. It's a lot of money, so why don't we get more bang for our buck? I think because a lot of it is wasted. And speaking of waste, for scale, the United States government spends $700 billion a year on the Pentagon or the military annually. But still, it's a lot of money for biomedical science. But it's been stagnant in real terms, inflation-adjusted terms, since the year 2000. And furthermore, scientists doing this research found that their ideas were getting funded, the ideas that were getting funded were less and less original. They were taking less risk, and also potentially fewer breakthroughs. So we need to break this cycle where scientists are getting funded for incremental, safe, careerist work. So where might DeSci come into play? Well, let's state the problem in a sort of logical way. Premise one, science and technology development are among the most important of human endeavors. Premise two, the societal payoff from investing in science has been greater than any other area. Premise three, our most talented people are often in the lab instead of easier and more lucrative careers elsewhere, a form of brain drain. So the conclusion is, of course, let's starve the scientists of resources. And indeed, we can see that the success rate of getting funded is declining over time, even though the budget is going up. So developed countries, the OECD nations, spend as a percentage of GDP about 2.5%. That's 2.5% of our energy going to R&D, which is the thing that gave us all of the modern advances of society in the first place. That's like saving only 2.5% of your income to save and invest. So let's do a case study, and we'll talk about my favorite president, Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick Nixon. I am not a crook. Watergate was fake news. He's actually my favorite president after Trump, and forgive me for the impression, but he's the most fantastic president in history. Believe me, I'll be back to win the next election. It will be incredible. And I will defeat President Xi of China in a game of golf at Mar-a-Lago. I'm an unbelievable golfer, believe me. I love China. I love the Chinese. The sushi, num num num, I can't get enough. The Pokemon Pikachu, I love it. I love China. And Berlin, nobody loves Berlin more than me. I've got a plan to make Berlin great again and rebuild that wall. Believe me, it will be a fantastic, thick wall to keep all of the liberals out. Sorry, I have to get use out of it before it becomes irrelevant. So in 1971, the same year that Nixon took us off the gold standard, he declared the war on cancer, which was meant to be an all-out offensive on the disease, seemingly the only good thing that Nixon ever did. A cure was said to be imminent. And in 2003, the director of the National Cancer Institute set a similar goal to eliminate cancer by 2015, and many similar initiatives since. So in 2022, there were all of these announcements, a cancer moonshot, the UK has a similar program. I think it's probably gonna pan out just the same way as before, and that throwing money at the old system is not really gonna help. And what we've seen since 1975 in the war on cancer is, across all tumor types, about a 5% increased lifespan. For all of the billions of dollars that we spend at it, we haven't really gotten very far. And it's not good years. We are getting better at diagnosis of cancer, fortunately, but the drugs are not much better than they were. And there's also good news in that there's reduced cancer incidence due to less smoking and better lifestyle. And by the way, everybody has a 2/3 chance of getting some form of cancer in your lifetime, so it's something we probably shouldn't ignore. So why have we been so unsuccessful? As Jack Scannell pointed out, maybe it's not a resource depletion problem, maybe it's we're just going about this in the wrong way, something about the philosophy is wrong, as it has been for Alzheimer's disease, and we'll get into a case study of that. But pharma spends a plurality of money on cancer. They actually spend more on cancer than any other area. But it's not the leading cause of death. It's actually cardiovascular disease, and that's by a wide margin. So you can see this blue line at the top. That's cardiovascular disease. Cancer comes in second. The NIH deals with most of the leading causes of death. The Pentagon deals with some of these more trivial ones down here. So why does pharma spend so much money on oncology? And indeed, Even the NIH spends more resources on oncology than on cardiovascular disease, which kills most of us. And one can speculate, but it has something to do with the profitability. You can charge a lot of money for cancer drugs. The trials are relatively fast. High toxicity is acceptable in these patients, and it's actually a relatively low bar for getting an approval. You just need to shrink the tumors, basically. And it's not like you're more likely to get a drug approved in oncology anyway. You can see here this data from Andrew Lowe's group at MIT, finding that the probability of clinical success at each clinical stage, and the orange is the entire clinical development pathway, is actually 4% for oncology. It's the lowest of any therapeutic area. Cardiovascular disease is 20%, vaccines are like 40%. So it's quite strange that pharma would focus so much on oncology. But there's actually some good news, and this is more data from Andrew Lowe. He's found that in the last couple of years, the rate of clinical trial success across the board has been skyrocketing, almost more than doubling, actually. And so, how do we account for this? Andrew Lowe himself attributes it to more academic drug discovery, biotech spinouts, and new modalities like gene therapy, which are targeting diseases where the pathology is more clear. A mutation is simpler than an age-related disease. And to leverage some of this, there have been a couple of companies. LaunchBridge Bio was one of the first. Cambrian sort of followed on in the longevity space, which is good news for us because we're launching startup companies. And so, he showed some data that in the year 2000, the top 30 best-selling drugs, of them, 4 out of 30 originated from big pharma internal R&D pipelines. But if you fast forward to 2018, 24 of 30, or 80%, actually originated from academic spinouts, academic drug discovery, rather than big pharma. And big pharma, to their credit, realizes that they're not very good anymore, if they ever were, at internal R&D because of the bureaucracy. So they're actually gobbling up startup companies left and right. The problem now is this valley of death. So it's actually quite difficult to launch a biotech company, and raising the first capital is always the most difficult. And so this is one area that some of these DAOs, including VitaDAO, can potentially help. So big pharma is historically asleep at the wheel. I'll quote Jürgen Drews, who is the former president of R&D at Roche. He said, "The biotech industry is increasingly taking up what the pharmaceutical industry is neglecting, namely carrying out future-directed research, thereby creating the conditions for the discovery of new classes of medicine that more directly attack the root causes of disease, including aging." And then another rather prominent person, David Baltimore, who is the president of Caltech and Nobel laureate, said, regarding the biotech revolution of the 90s, "The pharmaceutical industry was asleep at the wheel, unable to understand the profound opportunities provided by molecular biology, and therefore unable to take advantage of them." And I submit the same has been happening in the longevity space as well as the DeSci space. Also, pharma has always been slow on the uptake for many advances, from antibiotics to gene therapy to immune oncology. There's a really good documentary that everybody should see called Breakthrough about Jim Allison, who is a Nobel laureate, who developed one of the first immune checkpoint inhibitors. And he could not get pharma's attention for many years. And then suddenly, when they showed it worked unequivocally in humans, they were falling all over themselves to acquire these companies, and immune oncology, it remains the hottest area of oncology today. To their credit, biopharma is decentralizing to become more efficient. You can see these data here from Bay Bridge Bio. For every $1 billion of R&D spend, pharma gets less than 1 new drug approved, whereas startups get about 4.5 drugs approved per $1 billion. So startups are about 8 times more efficient, and this analysis from McKinsey has shown the number of new drug applications being filed by startup companies rather than big pharma. And the good news is that pharma is sitting on a lot of cash to do deals, to do acquisitions. So let me switch gears and briefly critique academia, a place I know all too well. So it's, to borrow Thiel's language, it's a new orthodoxy, kind of like the Catholic Church. And like the church, it's mostly a lot of LARPing, or live action role play, if you're familiar with that, getting papers published without real world impact. So they just collect dust and nobody does anything with that information. The main concern I have about academia is the dogma, which we'll get into. So at its best, academia is a place for iconoclasts and revolutionaries, people who think big and devote their careers to high-risk research. Speaking as someone who spent years as an academic scientist, I think something is broken. The rates of depression all along the hierarchy are among the highest of any profession, along with coffee consumption. And similar to being a medical doctor, there's a high rate of burnout. So it's evidence that the system is decaying. Personally, I love being part of an academic environment. It's still the best option for curious people, but working within it can be unpleasant. Thiel refers to it as a new Catholic church, and universities actually have the strongest brand of any organization or entity. Harvard and Oxford have longer lifespans and brand power and value than, say, Coca-Cola or Apple. And with this level of oligopoly, they tend to get complacent, fat, and lazy, and they seek to maintain the current order rather than take risk with innovation and disruption. So professors are encouraged to become like politicians, focusing on self-promotion and forming sects that war over particular dogmas. And despite the fact that nearly all innovation comes from universities, as limited as it's been, somehow it's chronically underfunded and is overemploying labor at a discount to what these people should be paid in the real economy. It has an embedded growth obligation, as Eric Weinstein calls it, and another less polite term is a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme. It employs high IQ, hardworking people, paying them 1/3 of what they would get in industry, with a shot at becoming a professor one day. And because of the precariousness of the academic trajectory, people don't take risk, or they just falsify the data, or they cherry pick it. They do the safe incremental thing and game the system in order to get high-impact papers that their peers understand, rather than to try to hit a home run in an underappreciated contrarian line of research. Most Nobel Prize-winning discoveries, by the way, were not published in top journals initially because the general scientific world did not understand and appreciate them at the time. Indeed, many are even rejected initially by the journals. This includes the discovery of the Higgs boson, the invention of NMR spectroscopy, Hans Krebs' discovery of the citric acid cycle, Kary Mullis' PCR reaction, which incidentally he invented while he was on LSD. And academia, Kary Mullis would not survive in academia, and it's become careerist, bureaucratic, and less hospitable to iconoclasts and original thinkers. And with money and power, the Matthew effect applies to labs. So it goes from the Bible, to he who has, more will be given in abundance. To he who has not, even what he has will be taken away. And while the senior lab heads are awash in money and prestige, it's a gerontocracy, and 90% of all the other labs are starved of capital. And that's in the US and Europe, saying nothing about the rest of the world. So here we have our friend Richard Feynman, who again would never survive in the academia of today. And maybe with DeSci, we can allow fast, easier access to funding for these renegade academics with unpopular hypotheses, regardless of their affiliation, whether it's biotech or as a citizen scientist. So now let me give you a case study in Alzheimer's disease. This is an area I worked in for several years, and it shows how both academia and industry can betray their mission to society by over-indexing in dogma. So from 2002 to 2012, 99% of clinical trials in Alzheimer's drugs failed. You wonder why? Well, one is that the paradigm is wrong, that the amyloid hypothesis is false. Another is that we're treating too late. By the time you show symptoms of memory loss, it's usually you've lost a lot of neurons. And we're also not stratifying patients based on the Alzheimer's subtype. Alzheimer's, like many diseases, is not just one disease. I submit that most Alzheimer's drugs, and I think this is coming to be the consensus, thankfully, failed because of the amyloid hypothesis. So 80% of these drugs tested in AD have been based on the amyloid hypothesis. Some have been tau-focused. Tau is just another favorite protein pharma likes to drug, but it's probably not the cause of sporadic Alzheimer's either. We've spent billions of dollars wasted in this 30-year period enforcing the amyloid worldview. And there's a great article that everybody should read if you're a scientist, especially a neuroscientist, in Stat News 2019 that showed how prominent academics suppressed alternative views that did not comport with the amyloid hypothesis, including very prominent neuroscientists at top institutions. So maybe A-beta is not the bad guy. Maybe it's actually doing something good. Maybe evolution decided to have a protein there for a reason, to serve a certain function. And the correlation between amyloid beta plaques and dementia is not that strong in the first place. And so maybe we're blaming the firefighters for the fire with this one. Maybe A-beta has a function. So unfortunately, this was discovered too late. There is a big biotech company called Biogen that got a drug approved against all odds for Alzheimer's. It's called aducanumab. And it kind of shows how not only are academics not infallible saints, but pharmas certainly aren't either, with billions of damages and fraud and wrongful death class action lawsuits can attest over the years. Both organizations are very political and adhere to dogmas. We all do, but for most of them, we're like a fish in the ocean who has no concept of what water is. It is ubiquitous and unnoticed. But for some scientists, their careers rest on certain dogmas prevailing. I trained as a molecular neuroscientist working on brain aging, and for decades, the amyloid hypothesis was held to be the most likely cause of sporadic Alzheimer's. That this one particular protein that causes a congenital, heritable form of Alzheimer's is also what causes the non-genetic forms. So these professors enforced this dogma, and to the detriment of everyone, we could have been so much further. It's a counterfactual. We could have been so much further if we just hadn't relied on this. And so a lot of people will say the words, just trust science, or trust the scientific consensus. That, to me, suggests maybe they don't understand how academia and paradigm shifts really work. My favorite example is with the story of Ignaz Semmelweis, who is a Hungarian obstetrician who in 1847 was driven out of his profession when he suggested merely that fellow docs consider washing their hands between cutting up cadavers and delivering babies. At the time, death by infection after childbirth was terrifyingly high, and this is why midwives were preferred to obstetricians. He ended up dying in an insane asylum, actually. And for another example of these paradigm shifts and how the dogma can be so dreadfully wrong, just look no further than tobacco use, tobacco and its role in cancer. For half a century, the doctors were fooled, and all of the medical authorities parroted the tobacco industry line. And actually, you guys should all check out a movie. It's called Thank You for Smoking. It's one of my favorite movies that is an excellent parody of how the tobacco industry and the entire lobbying industry works. So anyway, this is all an exercise in regulatory capture. Biogen got this drug approved when they shouldn't have. Everybody knew it didn't work. Even the FDA's own advisory committee, made up of, I think, 11 people, 9 or 10 of them voted against, 2 of them abstained. And then when the FDA went ahead and approved it anyway, against the wishes of their own statistician, several of these advisors resigned, and these are very prominent professors. So this kind of thing shouldn't be happening. And so maybe DeSci can help. So centralization is a very dangerous social structure. Think about empires, armies, and the corruption and concentration of power that it means. The greatest advances for humanity have been decentralization of power and open sourcing. The printing press, the Protestant Reformation, the divine right of kings, and ending it, and the Magna Carta. The American Revolution, the dissolution of centralized state communist regimes, the internet, and of course, crypto. Humans are better than we give credit for. When you give humans agency, we coordinate well. Alternatively, giving power to large institutions built on monopolies and violence tends to abuse the public and extract taxes and rents while being unproductive. So power to the people is cliche, but it actually works. I think in DeSci, anytime soon, we won't achieve the scale of the NIH budget because we don't have the power to tax, but we can show that a better world is possible, kind of like how Tesla demonstrated that electric cars could be cool. So I would say DeSci is really just a return to what science was during the golden years of the Royal Society days in the 18th century, where those with skill could do science in a permissionless way. And now, hardcore science can't really be done in your garage, but we can pool capital and skills to do radical science with the existing infrastructure. Right, so one definition of DeSci, it's an open source movement to source, evaluate, fund, execute, and commercialize new research without reliance on governments, large corporations, or established institutions. While financial profit is often sought, money is not the primary mission. DeSci also aims to restructure the legal and financial foundations of science commercialization, including the patent system. It emerged because the established institutions dropped the ball on commitments to public health and the advancement of technology and are perennially behind the curve in innovation. So some of the organizations that you see here are known. VitaDAO, which I'll talk about, focusing on longevity. ValleyDAO on synthetic biology and biomanufacturing. LabDAO on cloud labs, bioinformatics, and as a new model for contract research organizations. SciDAO on psychedelics and mental health. We'll be having peyote smoothies in the back at the end of this talk, by the way. And of course, Molecule AG, sort of the godfather of the whole system, building the infrastructure for new DAO creation, IP-NFTs, which we'll get to, and is a marketplace for intellectual property. So let's talk about VitaDAO. It is a longevity biotech-focused DAO with several thousand participants and has, in just about the first year of operation, recruited a team of several dozen longevity and drug discovery experts to deploy millions of dollars in academic projects and startups that target the biology of aging. And now, to my surprise, big pharma and traditional VCs have already caught on and recognized the merits of longevity biotech, or long bio, and have approached VitaDAO as a partner. And at some point, we'll probably make a couple announcements to that effect. So I wanted to share some social proof. We have here Bob Nelson, who is the head of Arch Ventures, which is one of the biggest, most prominent and forward-thinking venture funds endorsing the model. Biology as well, Vitalik, and all of the others. So this seems to be gaining traction within the crypto space. I'm also pleased to see how much overlap there is between longevity and crypto. So let me just touch for a minute on geroscience and longevity, because I have to do that. So we're all 90% guaranteed to suffer and die from at least one age-related disease. You can see the risk of age-related diseases rises exponentially as a function of age, so that even if we were to cure entirely all cancer in all of society, every type of cancer, tomorrow, we would get about 2 or 3 years of increased healthy lifespan as a society until one of these other diseases would hit. So probably the best thing to do is to slow aging itself, and it's possible in animals, as we'll see. So the goal is simply to extend health span, extend the healthy period of life, which is the goal of all medicine. Some of these advances have become possible because of breakthroughs in the molecular biology of aging. This is sort of my domain. If you're going to read one paper in the subject, you can do worse than the Hallmarks of Aging paper right here. Here are some of the molecular mechanisms that are involved for the scientists. You can watch this later. This is actually out of date. There are over 40 interventions that extend healthy lifespan in mice and many more in other species. And so really the difficult part of our job is just getting these to work in the clinic. The science, the really hard part, has actually already been done to a large extent. Here are some of my favorite interventions. Rapamycin is a very well-known one. One that I think is underappreciated is bone marrow transplant. Here's an example of actually an aged mouse model where one mouse was treated with a geroprotective longevity drug and the other mouse was not. These mice are the same age. This is a fast-aging progeric model. You can see the old mice is hunched over, the hair is thinning, it has cataracts and arthritis, whereas the young mouse is young. More social proof, so these are some of the big names that are getting into the longevity biotech space. You know, for example, at Cambrian, we have brought on the former CFO of Goldman Sachs, Marty Chavez, to our board, and the former CEO of Allergan, the big pharma company that invented Botox. Very excited about that. But there are many big names getting into this space. So some data from one of my co-founders at HealthSpan Capital, Nathan Chang. There's been an exponential increase in the number of longevity biotech or long bio companies. If you want to know more about that, you can go to his website, longevitylist.com, which also has jobs. So if you want to work at a longevity biotech company, you can find one there. Briefly, who's involved, who's investing in the space? These are some of the major investors and organizations. These are the ones that I've worked with, but there are more entering. And here's a snapshot of some of the companies in the space. This is definitely an incomplete list, but here's some of the more prominent ones. And if I can plug HealthSpan Capital, we're investing in longevity biotech companies. If you're a founder, come talk to us. Since there are potentially billions of dollars of crypto wealth in the room, if you want to invest with us, you're welcome to do so as well. Although not these days, I guess crypto has crashed, but we're coming back, just hodl, guys. All right, so finally in conclusion, visions for DeSci. There are functional layers of DeSci, and hat tip to Nick Rindtorff for this framework. So layer 1 is Web3 infrastructure, like Molecule, DAO creation, establishing the legal templates and precedents, setting the industry standards, building an IP marketplace or an eBay for IP, so that every data set, every data package, pre and post patent, is easily searchable and described in a way that is meant to be discovered and licensed, not hidden from view, like the patent literature is. A capital allocation layer, like VitaDAO, similar to a venture fund, but more democratic, and we assist with new co-formation when you're ready and partnering with VCs and pharmas. And then finally, and this is the hardest, but probably the most important actually, is the physical execution layer, like LabDAO and other cloud labs out there, to perform these experiments with a maximum level of automation. Having spent many late nights at the lab bench pipetting, there are many intelligent, capable people wasting their time transferring small volumes of liquid around when there is a robot out there that could do it way better, and we need to leverage that to the greatest possible extent. And we can also apply AI to analyze the data and create a closed-loop system to propose new experiments, and then output the data automatically into an IP-NFT and provide dynamic pricing for the CRO services in a marketplace like Science Exchange. So I mentioned IP-NFT. What is that? Let's just step back a bit to talk about the patent system. Patents were originally created in the 16th century as an approval from the king or the church to be able to print certain books versus forbidden books. In the United States, the founders used patents to spur innovation while requiring that inventors disclose the details of their invention after 20 years so that anyone could use the invention in theory. That doesn't actually work for pharmaceuticals, though, because if the patent is not granted or it expires, it doesn't mean that anyone can just use the invention like you could for a car engine or a machine, because the patent itself is necessary to finance the clinical trials to get the product to the market at all. So the unintended consequence of the patent system is actually like putting a torch to 90% of the innovation, because once a patent application is in the public domain, it is considered prior art and unoriginal, and therefore nobody can ever pursue that approach again. It's like taking a flamethrower to the corpus of innovation. For everything that doesn't get picked up by biopharma quickly enough, it will be forever off limits. There's an interesting book called Against Intellectual Monopoly, written by Boldrin and Levine, two Federal Reserve economists. And they argue that actually patents hold back innovation. 90% of the time I see, a scientist has an idea that could potentially cure a disease, but they don't have a way of monopolizing it with a patent, like a composition of matter. And so they don't get funded by industry, and the idea is just published, and it becomes prior art, and nobody can advance the idea. Furthermore, patents are written to be obfuscatory and opaque. It costs 10 to 20 grand per patent filing, plus ongoing fees and patent prosecution costs, which can run in the hundreds of thousands before getting to resolution. So most potential innovations are not even patented in the first place. So enter the IP-NFT. IP is the lifeblood of the tech sector, but it's really an arcane way of organizing things. You need lawyers, you have to spend a lot of money, it takes forever. IP-NFT offers some solutions. So it's a liquid market for pre- and post-patent IP data packages. It allows price discovery for assets, so how we price commodities or how we price stonks. We should be doing the same thing with data and with intellectual property. It allows asset-based finance. So, for example, if I don't personally want to own the whole Novartis pipeline, but there's one asset in Novartis or Pfizer's pipeline that I really like, I have no way to bet on it. And similarly, I have no way to short or bet against any asset, preclinical stage asset. there's also the potential for non-dilutive financing as an IP-NFT originator. So as a lab or as a company, you can mint the IP-NFT, you can put it on an exchange, and you can still hold most of the tokens or most of the fraction, and then resell that again into the future. And it's a new asset class, which is always appealing to investors because of the potential for uncorrelated returns, which can be bundled into a portfolio to mitigate risk, similar to the Andrew Lo megafund model. And, of course, easy provenance and transparent market-based licensing negotiations. So let me suggest 7 principles for DeSci, and we can talk about this in the workshop. So 1, diversity of thought. Funding R&D that is not currently fashionable or conflicts with the prevailing dogma. The government and large corporations should not fully control what kind of science gets done. To spread the wealth, we want to fund young, hungry academics and biotechs rather than the established labs who are great at getting grants but less motivated to cure disease or rock the boat. It's participatory, so it allows the public, especially fellow scientists, to participate financially, placing bets with their own money on which science they think is undervalued. And highly motivated patient groups can also invest in their own cures. It allows market-based pricing. So markets are a voting machine. It allows the wisdom of crowds to find the meritorious assets and establish a price like we do for every other important thing in society, except for true love, of course. It's a viable alternative to the existing system. So another world is possible if you dare to imagine it. If we show academics that you can do a fast turnaround grant decision, unlike the NIH, without the bureaucracy, and fund the radical ideas, it will put pressure on the existing institutions to do better. And we show it can be done. Also, to resist monopoly. An effective therapy can slip through the cracks or be suppressed because it would be a threat to the existing drugs. Or that the industry, just naively, doesn't appreciate the approach, like with checkpoint inhibitors in immuno-oncology. And finally, to create a public goods library of IP. So there's no database or network that holds all of the world's IP for licensing or projects that are available to be funded. It's splintered across university websites, grant databases. Patent databases are not very helpful. They're written to obscure rather than promote understanding. So my personal vision for the future of science and R&D, facilitated by DeSci. 1, we want fully automated luxury cloud labs. Smart people waste too much time doing manual labor that machines can do better. Humans in the lab are artificially cheap. And let's let humans focus on thinking rather than pipetting. Academic, industrial, and CRO partnerships become seamless to launch with clear IP ownership, no haggling. The good ideas get funded quickly without bureaucracy and the politics of grant agencies. We focus on real-world impact rather than the glass bead game of Hermann Hesse, of publication prestige and academic hierarchy. Dogma is inescapable, but perhaps paradigm shifts can happen quickly. We prevent the cartelization of industry that can suppress competition, monopolize innovation. It becomes easier to launch a biotech startup, access to the seed capital, recruits, and expert network. The first money in is usually the hardest to raise. And finally, the DeSci at scale will lobby the governments to reform the law and prioritize innovation and new models of financing R&D that we have not even imagined yet. So with that, thank you guys for listening. I'm pleased that we can't put the cat back in the bag, and I'm excited to see what we will create together. Thank you.
That was amazing, Sebastian. You promised and you delivered. You should also be on top of everything else, Chief Meme Officer, because you had so many great memes there. So we're heading to our first workshop, which it requires Tyler, Niklas, as well as Jack to participate. How do you want to do this? Sebastian, are you going to be here at the front, or everybody goes to the tables?
Let's start out in the front, and then people can brainstorm in the second half.
So I'm going to ask the co-host of the workshop to come up here with Sebastian, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you. All right.
Testing, testing, yeah. Testing.
Hello, hello.
Does it work now? Testing, testing. Testing.
sit down already, and help them talk quicker, and then also during the talk, make it more engaging with groups so that they can start priming the workshops.
Okay.
So that it's not just one talk.
They're going to go over there or stay here? Okay, cool. Because then it feels like a panel.
The point would be to keep my talk shorter and then have them directly go into some things that they want to talk about. And also that I can give them over the word, like live, that they shouldn't start timing.
With the, I don't know, with the people, so it feels like a the only thing about it.
No, that's not the point. What is it? It's trying to on a workshop. So I'll say say something, and he'll be like, and here's how we can tackle that in the workshop together.
Yeah, okay.
And then I'll go back and say, like, here's another thing. And then Vincent will say, cool, this could be discussed in this slide over there. So that people actually know who to go to afterwards, so that it's not like we get up and everyone like, okay, what are we doing now?
Okay, I got it.
I don't know if it'll work.
Remind about the second stage and mention the title.
So it's Laurence and not Tyler?
No.
Is Tyler on? No? No, okay, no.
Cool.
Yeah? Hello, everybody. I'm going to ask you to be quiet again, please. Just going to give you 10 seconds to be quiet, please. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoy lunch and that you are ready for the second part of today's DeSci.Berlin. I wanted to remind everybody that as of this afternoon, we do have the second stage going on. And right now, it's Gareth McDonald with Permanent Decentralized Data Storage by Avware. And here on the main stage, I do have Paul Kohlhaas again, and I'm going to let him, hi again. Ready for the second session?
Yes?
So it's a talk and then a workshop, and I'm going to let him take over. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Laura. Thanks for being here again, guys. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. I always actually find these breaks like the most invigorating because you get to talk with so many cool people and chat about what they're doing. So welcome back. We've changed this up slightly, so to actually immediately lead this talk into a workshop. I think we had a lot of really fascinating, intense talks just before the break, and I think it'd be awesome to kind of break the format up a little bit more. So in the context of, I think, you all getting to interact much more and actually also work on the topics that that you really enjoy, I'm going to try, make this talk shorter. And then actually also invite Tyler, Laurence, Niklas, Vincent, and actually any one of you as well who actually want to speak about some of the topics that I'll go into during this talk, because there's like a huge range of things to cover. And then the goal is actually to break out into smaller workshop teams relatively quickly and just start jamming away. Cool. Okay. So the title of my talk is quite broad. It's called Liquid Singularity, Exploring the Financialization of Science. This was actually something... Okay. This was something that I think a couple of people started alluding to just before the break. And I think in the context of like DeFi meets DeSci, so the kind of the convergence of decentralized finance and decentralized science, I think is one of the most interesting aspects to me personally, also having a background in economics, but also I think one of the most scariest aspects of what's potentially happening here. I want to first go into like what we imagine for the workshop a little bit, and then I'll try to go through my talk a lot quicker than I planned to, just because I want to start working together, and then I'll just throw the word to one of these guys, or to any of you actually already during the talk, which I think will be fun. Cool. So just a couple of workshop prompts in the beginning, like what could we get to at the end of these workshops? I think the slot is for about 2.5 hours in total, so there's a lot of time. Which aspects of science could actually benefit from financialization? Which aspects might be hindered through that, actually? How could crypto empower scientists similarly as NFT empower artists in their sovereignty? I actually talked to a really interesting founder earlier who's building a DAO, for example, where they're using an NFT issuance system that is similar to Nouns DAO. I don't know if some of you are familiar with Nouns DAO, to actually fund research in Alzheimer's, which I thought was really cool. What is the impact of liquidity quite broadly in previously illiquid markets? Are there ways for instantaneously funding promising scientific ideas, for example, through crowdfunding? And then which new scientific funding models are uniquely enabled by Web3, such as Gitcoin quadratic donations, for example. So there's a whole range of topics that we want to explore here. And also kind of get, I think before the break was quite heavy on biotech, which I personally find a really fascinating subject as well. But we also know that there's many people here from very different areas of science. And what's really cool here, the principles that are being explored in IP-NFTs and in DeFi can be very broadly applied to any kind of scientific field. Cool, briefly this, we'll split into workshops and topics and groups afterwards. I already said that. There's a couple of ideas that we already have for that, but I'll get to that in a bit. Cool. So, wait, small caveat, a little bit again to drug development, but this is actually very broadly applied. So it's a question of how does innovation work today? This is in any scientific field, or even within the confines of a company. And this can also be mapped to how innovation works in small molecule development. So you essentially typically have like an innovation funnel where you have like a very large amount of ideas, different research projects that emerge, and that then essentially get driven through a funnel. You have idea generation, project definition, concept development, detailed development, until eventually you get to potentially commercialization or a market launch of an idea. And what I always found really interesting is, ultimately this is a really inefficient process because all of these processes typically happen within the boundary of a firm or the boundary of an organization. Early idea development or early concept development is very rarely shared in a more holistic fashion. So if you take a pharmaceutical company, for example, they will go through this entire process of developing a drug just all by themselves. They will rarely share their innovation. It's very hard for other researchers to come together and work on an idea together. And if you think about these closed innovation funnels, that's actually a really, it's a very inefficient system. And something where software development, for example, has really succeeded over the past, let's say, 2 to 3 decades. Software development used to work exactly like this. You used to have giant companies like IBM, Microsoft, did everything in-house, didn't share their innovation. In fact, Microsoft used to call, when open source first emerged through the Linux Foundation, really, Microsoft used to call open source a cancer that would destroy the software development industry. And open source software development kind of broke up this model and said like, hey, everything should be shared and we should collaboratively develop innovation together. Unfortunately, the licenses and the IP frameworks that enabled that in software haven't been possible to implement in other areas of research yet, or there's very few areas. So this is why, at a broader sense, what the DeSci space is starting to do with IP is really interesting because it's taking those original notions of open source, and in this case, open science, into new business models that might actually enable that in a similar way that we saw it in software development. Very basic recap. Why is IP actually broken today as a driver of innovation? If you think about it, IP and most patents, so patent systems, are really fundamentally still physical assets. Typically, you have like the boxes of documents that you go through, countless filings, you have to renew the patents. And at the same time, data has become a completely digital asset. But if you think back actually 30, 40 years, companies used to have giant filing cabinets with all of their data. It used to be all physically stored. With IP, that hasn't really changed. You still have lawyers that will compile hundreds of pages around a specific IP asset. And often that IP is not digitally native, it's not easily shareable, and it's not easily transactable. Then the second thing is, and Sebastian also said this very well, IP as a driver for innovation is if it has a very monopolistic design, and that just leads to market failures. It really fundamentally limits collaboration around research. Organizations tend to work in these silos that we saw earlier. It limits open science. In the sciences, we have a large negative data problem. That there's just no incentives. If I'm, for example, working on a project, it could be a new engineering design, or it could be a medicine, for example, and we continue getting negative data that it's just not working, and the company is financed with hundreds of millions, or the research project is financed, has public grant funding, we don't actually have an incentive to share that it's not working if our funding depends on it, and if we have shareholders, for example, that invested for it to work. So often negative data doesn't get shared, and then and then you try to get rid of the IP, so maybe someone else can capture value from it, instead of just killing it very early on in the innovation cycle. So the basic thinking is, if positive and negative data was shared in these systems in a very early stage, IP development could be much more efficient. Ultimately, patent and trademark systems are incredibly outdated and bureaucratic if you've ever tried to work with them. It's like among the most atrocious user experience imaginable today in a digital age. IP then itself is a very illiquid asset class. It's very hard to transact in IP if you compare it to other assets. But IP is worth billions. I mean, most companies are fundamentally built around owning specific IP assets, yet they're so hard to transact in. And ultimately, that also hinders people, scientists, for example, across the globe, to easily get into that value creation process. Because it's just like, even the cost of filing a patent or engaging on a patent strategy are normally prohibitive for anyone to really start. And as a last thing, IP valuations are notoriously hard. Like, it's often, for early stage IP, it's often a complete sum thug of what something might be worth. There's entire studies around IP valuations, but ultimately you don't know until you're quite far into the development cycle. On the other hand, financial markets are very efficient resource and capital allocators. Like, they tend to go, like, hypothetically, also speaking. I think we've seen a lot of exuberance and sometimes greed in financial markets over the past decades, unfortunately. But in principle, financial markets and open markets can allocate capital and resources much more efficiently than, let's say, just single people. Like I would argue that a market for open IP and open research projects would be more efficiently able to allocate than a grant issuing authority. And I think actually we're already seeing this in early experiments with systems like Gitcoin. Wait, did I have a slide on this? Actually, sorry, one slide is missing. I was going to show you how the current patent, if you ever want to get a good understanding of this, go onto like the USPTO website and just try to look up a patent, and you're met with, you think it's a joke that this is how the system works. Or go onto systems like AIM, Autumn is the technology transfer and kind of university association in the United States. Most IP transfer and discovery systems are just so out of date. And so I think for DeSci and for the broader community, there's a huge potential to innovate and to actually allocate resources more efficiently. So what could this look like so moving into IP-NFTs, and this is, what could DeSci look like in 2049? And maybe some of you know this like reference to like Blade Runner 2049 is like a very futuristic view. And there's a point in time which Ray Kurzweil and also like folks like Peter Diamandis have written about, which is commonly called the singularity. So the singularity is a point where artificial intelligence essentially transcends human intelligence, where innovation happens more and more quickly. And so one thesis that I have, for example, is that I think something like the singularity will only be enabled through DeSci once we fundamentally break open kind of the current shackles that we have on how innovation is done, so that it can actually start accelerating beyond a point of no return. There's a broader question of whether we want that. Like, would we ever want actually artificial intelligence to transcend human intelligence? Unfortunately, I think from an ethical point of view, it will happen whether we want it or not. And then the goal should be for systems like that, for a system like the singularity, whatever you want to imagine it to be, to actually be collectively owned and to be collectively discovered, rather than be in the hands of single companies that have become efficient, that have kind of become more efficient than collective human intelligence. So I always thought it would be quite interesting for if you actually develop super intelligent AI algorithms to actually be housed within IP-NFTs, and then through that to be developed in the public. Because if the public was able to own these algorithms and collectively develop them together, I think the chances of those systems ultimately becoming good and helping humanity are much higher than them belonging to companies like Google or Facebook. Because that's the other alternative in terms of how our public innovation systems work today. So ultimately, research should be more in the open and collectively owned. And I think the technology that, that is emerging in the DeSci space ultimately can make that happen. Okay, so in the next slides, I very quickly want to go into IP-NFTs and how they can be used, and then how IP-NFTs can be financialized, and kind of what we're currently seeing in the space. And then I want to jump right into the workshops. Quickly want to ask you guys, do you want to add anything? All good? Okay, okay. Should I speed it up? Yeah? Okay, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but NFTs have quickly moved beyond art. I think Vincent said this to me yesterday. This chart is actually a little bit outdated. I think it's from August. In August, I think we were at around 1 billion in terms of volume through NFT platforms. And I think in January, we cracked 20 billion in volume through those platforms. And I think it's incredibly interesting to start broadening this beyond art. And this is where DAO, together with Molecule and others, has started using IP-NFTs in biopharma. And so an IP-NFT is really a new fundraising mechanism for any type of early stage research. And it's a technical framework which allows combining an NFT as a transactable asset with a federated data storage system and an access control system. And then it's also a new legal framework. So I want to go a little bit into the anatomy of an IP-NFT. So on the one side, it's a legal contract. So it's a contract, a license between two parties. So if let's say if Tesla wants to work with a university on electrical engineering for a new engine component, they would typically approach that university and engage them through a contract research agreement, which means Tesla might be sponsoring the research at that university, and in return, it would own the corresponding IP and the corresponding data. So that's just a simple legal agreement. In the same vein, one of you could actually go to a university, and if the university accepted, you could sponsor some research. You could then spin that out, turn it into a startup. That's how the world works today, in terms of how we actually engage and spin out IP out of academic institutions, for example. And what we've done with the IP-NFT is you simply attach that legal agreement now to an NFT that is transacted between two parties. But now that transaction can happen in a fully digital way. The only thing that you need to do is you need to actually know, you need to have KYC the owners. There's actually a problem that we can get to a little bit later. What about anonymous owners of IP-NFTs? But so if the university knows, hey, we're out-licensing this to this company or to this individual, they're sponsoring the research, and thus they own the corresponding data and IP. Then the next component of the IP-NFT is storage. So the IP is the actual IP, so the legal agreement that describes the work that's being done, as well as all of the data are stored in a decentralized file storage system. This can be on Filecoin or IPFS. It can be on Arweave. We actually have both of those teams here. I think Garrett from Arweave is running a workshop later this afternoon. If you're actually keen to get like technical and your hands dirty in terms of how do these storage systems work. And what's interesting now is by combining that, you're now able to transact all of the research data legally and the whole IP in one transaction, in the same way that I can send someone a normal NFT of let's say, I don't know, picture of a crypto toad. I can send that to someone with my phone, takes 2 minutes. In the same vein, I'm able to transact the full legal rights of a research project and all of the corresponding data. The data is actually not public. So the data is in almost like a decentralized Google Drive, and the NFT owner now has an access key that it can give to anyone. So I could say, hey, this research institute gets access, this research institute gets access, and also maybe there's an investor who wants to fund this, also give access to them. And so it essentially becomes like a decentralized data repository that is immediately exchangeable. It's transactable, has the normal features of an NFT. This also means now you can develop different, let's say, financial bidding systems around it. You could say we're issuing this NFT for an auction, or it's directed one-to-one for a fixed price. Or, and we'll get to this later, you could fractionalize ownership in it and kind of sell it to a much larger group of people. And because it's transactable, it's now also ownable. It can be owned by individuals, it can be owned by organizations, or for example, it forms the building blocks of DAOs. So now we have research organization or research DAOs that are essentially now building portfolios that are building portfolios of these IP-NFTs in the same way that that a Tesla would do that, or that a biotech organization would do this. And what we started essentially building here is really mirroring the execution patterns that we see in industry today, But this could really also be applied. You could start a climate tech DAO that is investing and funding IP in climate tech research. So the areas where this can be applied are very wide. And then lastly, NFTs are fundamentally programs. They're fully programmable. So you can give them governance functions. It's essentially distributing governance between multiple participants to decide how to further develop the IP or what to do with it. You can enable fractionalization, which means currently you have one owner for an NFT, but you could create 1 million subtokens of that NFT and distribute that. And so you could have 1 million owners, or you could have 10 owners that each own 100,000 shares of the IP NFT, and they all now collectively vote on what's being done with it. You could code in programmatic royalties or like milestone payments. We actually have another really cool, and these are all different features that are already being built out in the ecosystem from different teams. We actually have Jesse here in the very end who co-developed the Friends framework. So the Friends framework is one of the first legally compliant frameworks that we've seen. Has yet to be tested in the world, but that essentially enables this fractionalization. And then last one, we also have a team here from Crowdfunded Cures. They're, for example, developing pay-for-success models, where you could have a payer that pre-funds specific work to be done into an IP NFT, where the payment triggers once specific milestones or like data milestones are met. Okay. This is just a nice overview again of the different components. And what I'm trying to do here is just give give you guys like a basic overview that you can then also take in these workshops. So again, there's a legal contract. There's a smart contract that runs on Ethereum. The legal contract is referenced in the smart contract. The legal contract is then actually stored in the encrypted file storage. And there's a metadata JSON that essentially, even if the encrypted file storage is lost, makes the IP universally kind of secure. I think I've talked mostly about this. So with an IP NFT, you can essentially really transfer and finance research and IP at the earliest stages without needing to create a patent, because you've essentially secured the IP in something that makes it transactable and fundable. You don't need to create a startup, because in our hypothesis, many startups are often created, not necessarily because the IP is already good to go, but you simply needed funding to even prove a hypothesis. And so what you actually end up with, many companies that are in the market that, let's say a biotech company that then has raised 5 million out of the gate because their investors made it to, and there's a researcher now that he or she just wanted to prove a thesis. And so now the money's there, bought lab equipment for $2 million, and now 6 months in, the thesis shows it doesn't work. IP doesn't work, and then we need to pivot into some other area. So actually, the industry today forces us to create many, many early companies on scientific hypotheses that wouldn't actually need to exist, because maybe the thesis could have been disproven with a killer experiment that would have costed 200K. And so what's actually really interesting, we can potentially, with these IP NFTs, massively increase the amount of early stage research that's being done by spreading it much wider onto a much broader set of experiments, because the friction is now so small. The friction to like really just start funding research. Then the other thing is, I'll skip through a couple of these because I want to give it over to these guys. I'll skip through this. So IP NFTs are now really interesting because they become Web3 Lego blocks, and so something that we saw really grow in the decentralized finance in the DeFi ecosystem over the past 2 or 3 years is that Web3 systems really succeed because they're so modular. And now the interesting thing is you can think of these IP NFTs as they can be inserted in a lot of things. So you could, first of all, you could fractionalize them, and you could spread fractions of IP NFTs through different decentralized marketplaces, essentially creating liquidity depth around IP NFTs. Doesn't matter what the underlying IP actually is, it's just this is possible. And like other people, if we build out Web3 in as open frameworks, anyone can now plug into these financial primitives, and someone could start building with your IP NFT if you allow them to. You could, for example, create lending and borrowing market on IP NFTs. You could have people doing appraisals of your IP in a fully decentralized fashion. You could say, hey, this IP NFT got funded for 250K, and I want to take out a 50K loan now on the IP. Will someone give me a loan on that? And then there already is in existence multiple decentralized NFT marketplaces that essentially, one is called NFTify, another is called NFT Finance, where you can now take out loans on NFTs. Just, I don't know where exactly that would lead now in the context of like using research projects or like IP as collateral, but I think it's really interesting to like think about these use cases. In terms of enabling access to research data, we talked about that earlier, where the IP NFT now essentially acts as an access key. And then I think with DAOs like VitaDAO, and actually would love to give the word then to you guys, we're already seeing a lot of this modularization. So where DAOs that purchase these IP NFTs are now very actively thinking how they can plug them into different parts of the ecosystem. If they could spin out sub-IP NFTs from these, if they can spin them into companies, they can raise further funding on them. Yeah, maybe I want to leave it, I want to take a small break here, yeah?
Yeah, maybe a couple of things, just something that I realized during the break, chatting to a few people. I think we have like a really large audience of scientists that are not Web3 native here today. So like maybe just at a super high level, doing like a sort of temperature check. Who in the audience feels like they understand NFTs to a small degree? Raise your hand. Okay, and who feels like they understand NFTs to a significant extent? Okay, great. And in terms of also like, do we feel like we have a reasonable understanding of what a DAO is? People who understand what a DAO is, put your hand up. Okay, pretty solid as well. So probably like half the audience. So maybe just a lot of these things, I think one thing that I would personally love to do a workshop on today, if it was possible, is actually the communication around a lot of these things. So one of the biggest challenges that I've encountered, whether it's talking to scientists or researchers, is how do we simplify the jargon, the buzzwords, and the dynamics around all of this conversation. Like something like an IP NFT, you could also say it's like owning equity in a research project, for example. That's a really simple way to understand it. And the extent to which we need to understand like all the technical components or what the tech stack in the back end like sort of remains to be seen. But I think it would be interesting, maybe one thing that we could do, and I don't know if this is that part of the talk where we sort of figure out how we self-organize into workshops, but what's that? Oh, okay. Do you still Okay, so okay, never mind.
Which one is that?
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Okay. Do we want to consider like topics for breakout sessions specifically? How do you want to drive it? Okay.
I'll finish the very high level quickly. There's a couple of challenges also with IP NFTs today. I'm not going to go too much into. I feel like it gets very, very deep. But ultimately, IP NFTs at the moment is still really closed data. So the owner of the IP NFT ultimately has to decide whether they want to open it up in the context of open science. But ultimately, the possibility of already adding multiple collaborators, it's almost like a private GitHub repo that you could later on turn into a public GitHub repo. We have to be considerate there of how to actually not kind of break the IP. The sad thing about how IP works today is it's very difficult to like make IP open unless the IP is not protected. So there's a fundamental problem actually there. What we've done with IP NFTs today is make them much more transactable and liquid. But they're not yet much more fundamentally open unless you as the IP owner want that to be. Another really big topic to really fully enable Web3 is to enable anonymous transactability of IP NFTs. So right now is you need two legal owners to essentially transact in an IP NFT. A really, I think, interesting research question is how do you enable fully anon ownership for IP NFTs? And I think this then also, quickly, there's two interesting ways to actually solve that. One is to wrap the IP NFT. This gets deep into DeFi, but there's interesting models from a team called Nexus Mutual, where they've created different wrapping functions for their underlying tokens. So you can wrap it into like a wrapped IP NFT, which then anons could transact in, but they couldn't access the data. You're going to have a data problem. Or, for example, by people putting up deposits to view the data. Because ultimately, there's always a problem. How do you prevent leakage if you open these systems? How do you prevent someone from just kind of copying all the valuable IP that's there? If you have anon ownership. And then a last big topic that we can get into is liquidity and price discovery. So currently, for example, in the way that we've seen some biotech DAOs essentially use and negotiate these systems to negotiate for IP-NFTs, because it's typically like you have a research team or a university or a biotech company. It's typically still a relatively, let's say, one-to-one process in terms of how a buyer and a seller agree on a price. So I think what will be very interesting going forward is to enable much more like public auctions and public liquidity, and then also secondary sales around IP-NFTs. Yeah. And now to get into funding models. So one really interesting funding model I think that we can discuss as a workshop are systems that can replace current potential grant funding systems. And for example, via quadratic funding system through matchmaking and donations, or through direct microgrants, such as the VitaDAO fellowship that we've seen. And so I think the recent Gitcoin funding routes, for example, on longevity have been a massive success. We've had probably over 20, 25 researchers and projects from across the world that got funded through that system. And these are non-IP-NFT related projects, so these are pure grants. And then additionally, we're developing new mechanisms for decentralized science prizes. There, for example, I think we have someone from Mirror XYZ actually here today as well. So there's been really cool crowdfunding experiments through Mirror XYZ by scientists who have actually just crowdfunded for their scientific publishing or for their scientific study through Mirror XYZ, and then kind of given those crowdfunders different ways to be incentivized and to participate in those projects. Vincent, do you want to say a word about this? Or you ran the Gitcoin.
I think it's just interesting to see also there is already like millions of funding happening for completely public goods funding in science. So I think like also for the workshops like beyond IP-NFT and more for-profit drug discovery research, there's already like multitude of different ways to fund public goods, which I think can be even explored further. Like I think Gitcoin is still fairly primitive, for example, but it's already in the 15th round, and we'll have a DeSci round actually in September with them. So yeah, for all the projects here, get free money there. Like,
and maybe beyond having projects like Gitcoin that enable unconditional funding, I think there's still a vast design space to think about what are sustainable ways to fund the commons. So in LabDAO, we think about this lab exchange a lot, and you take fees on the exchange where people can pay other labs to generate data for them, and then there's a fee levied on it, but that fee flows into the commons, flows into the lab fund, which then gives stipends to more developers to actually build on that exchange, to build more applications for the exchange. So you kind of have like I think sort of a next era in open source potentially even, where it's like the Linux Foundation would charge you a small fee every time you run Linux code, and that small fee would actually make the foundation extremely independent of whether like big companies want to donate to it or not. It would be independent, and I think that is something we should probably go towards, and something that we can go towards with the financial primitives that are now available to us.
Okay, so this is, and I wanted to stop here because I think this is one really interesting subsection for a workshop that we can get into, and one that is completely unlinked, for example, from the, like, let's say, more commercialization-focused research around IP-NFTs. Cool, we actually went through this. And so how would an IP-NFT actually get fractionalized? And VitaDAO actually, I think it was in Lisbon, developed a first, a VitaDAO hacking team in Lisbon developed a first kind of approach to fractionalizing one of its first research projects. So essentially so IP-NFTs are custom ERC 721s with a custom metadata. And you can fractionalize them quite simply by moving that IP-NFT into a fractionalized vault. That means essentially turning the ERC 721 into an ERC 20, or turning, if it's an ERC 1155, turning parts of the ERC 1155 into fractions. And then what you can do with those fractions, with ERC 20 fractions, for example, you can put them into systems like Uniswap, so you would immediately then have liquidity for the underlying IP-NFT, or you could auction them off using mechanisms like Gnosis auction. And so what you essentially do is you calculate an implied NFT valuation given that trading price. So essentially, if you took 20% of the ownership of the IP-NFT, you fractionalize that 20%, and then you obtain a public market price, which would probably take a while to settle. But this would be a very interesting mechanism to essentially also obtain valuations for IP. And in the case of VitaDAO, for example, to enable VitaDAO, one of the research projects that it's funded that is very actively essentially succeeding to essentially allow much broader participation in a single research project. So for example, the members of VitaDAO, they're really interested broadly about longevity, but maybe you're not interested about VitaDAO, maybe you're just interested in this one very specific project. And so what's interesting here is that you can actually, so VitaDAO right now is more like a big, and I think we have a presentation on VitaDAO tomorrow. We can also do like a workshop. This could be one interesting workshop case as well. How does one of these fractionalizations actually work in practice? And I think the team then also, we ran into many issues. Well, how do you sort out governance? What you do is, essentially once you put it into a vault like this, the IP is also somewhat stuck. So then you need to think of how do you actually get the IP out of a fractionalized setup again. Ultimately, fractional IP is, I think, a really interesting use case. It gets back to like what I was saying in the beginning. So essentially, you can create prediction markets for fractional IP once you enable tradability. And in this case, if positive data emerges around an IP-NFT, and I think you guys were actually talking about it, shorting research projects earlier. If positive data emerges, that would increase the price of the underlying asset. If negative data emerges, it would likely decrease the price. So it's like knowing that this engine design works, or actually, no, it's going to blow up. And if you know that it's going to blow up, then you probably not, maybe you don't want to hold onto the project anymore. So in these cases, market participants now has incentives to reveal data, analyze the data, and place their bets accordingly. It's also really interesting to think about the implications here for insider trading. Like if people can now generate scientific data or have incentives to generate scientific data, how does that actually implicate the definition of what is insider trading? Especially if, let's say, if the IP was open for anyone to research, and so anyone could run a study and be like, actually, this is probably not going to work. And then that financial data actually becomes valuable. So what's really interesting here is just, and this then is for me, the hyper-financialization in the context of open science. This would really, I think the ability to go long and short research projects would really enable the emergence of entirely new business models within science. You could have a team of researchers that form to prove or disprove certain hypotheses in these IP markets. So you could have a team of like scientists at a university just get together and be like, we're going to scan this market and we're going to find assets that we believe are overvalued, that could not work, and we're going to try and disprove their thesis. Which today, there's no real incentives to do that. There's no real incentives to go out and produce negative data. Or often you're simply just not allowed to do so. Like if a big pharma company is developing a drug, you're not allowed to like start researching their drug or produce any kind of negative data sets about it. But ultimately, that would be really beneficial for society. Maybe things, if we go back to the very beginning of this like innovation cycle, maybe things would then fail much faster. Let's go to the end. I agree. A last thing, we could have meme stocks for science, but I'll leave that for another time. So let's jump into the workshops. Maybe I first want to open it up to questions, thoughts, or should we just jump right into the workshops? I also really want to welcome any of you to come up. I think we've seen this group also, except for Laurence. We haven't heard Laurence talk a lot yet. But
yeah, I think the idea is to basically, for the workshop structure, to have different tables to assemble in small groups to discuss specific topics, like also the downsides or risks. And I think like anyone that wants to basically lead a workshop around a specific topic can come upstairs to more like pitch in the topic they want to discuss about, so others can join their workshop into discussing it. So it could be me saying, I want to do a workshop on public goods in the context of this, and then people could join my table to discuss this topic. So anyone that wants to come up and discuss a specific topic can do so. I think we have like room for probably like 6, but also potentially much more workshop tables. Like we could also move downstairs with other workshops. And I think the original idea was that the core, like a leader from the workshop, if they want to, could present almost like an elevator pitch, 30 seconds of the core idea they came to, or like a core idea they want to present. But I think from the time we're fairly limited, so we have like 45 minutes, I think, left. yeah, so I think we have like probably like 30 minutes for a workshop and like 5 to 10 minutes for presenting it. So I think that's why I think it makes sense. Basically, our idea was to also lead with some topics we want to discuss, so we can go through the topics we want to host, but it would be like not all of us on one workshop, but basically helping also to guide a specific one. But I think from the format, it would be more like a brainstorm as well on a specific topic. And it could be purely on the risks of financialization. The context could be on how to do IP-NFT fractionalization. And I think we could lead with some topics, but would also like love if specific topics you're excited about to break out in a workshop, to just raise your hand or come up front to present idea you want to workshop.
I think what interests me, I'm not so much into longevity and IP because I study philosophy and psychology, but what interests me is the financialization of the publication process of science, because currently it's captured by the big publishers, and I would like to see how can the scientists actually capture this value that's already there and is taken by outsiders.
Choose a table maybe that you're
going to yeah, right here in the front on the right.
All right.
What's your name again? Jonathan, thank you.
Yeah, Johnny or Jonathan.
Okay, Jonathan's going to that first table with this. He's going to write his subject. Anybody else? Okay, Adam.
Yeah, I'm going to go after. I can go, maybe I can just go. So we're going to do one workshop, and it's going to happen downstairs. And this is for all the people that actually produce biomedical data. So the people that care about labs, the people that have a CRO, the people that have are early within the research process. And we want to talk about basically these sort of scientific data NFT. So we didn't talk about it that much during Paul's talk, where we're thinking about sublicense that are tokenized, but actually data itself can also be tokenized. If you want to talk about that, meet us downstairs. This is actually not only interesting for people that work in labs and produce data or think about labs, but also patients and patients that have data that they want to share. So just an example, a group of breast cancer survivors coming together. And I think we can meet down there as well.
Hi, I'm Laurence. I'll be at the second table over there talking about bio-DAOs and more specifically Vida DAO, the first longevity research DAO, and actually the first DAO that actually funds real-world research, and probably also in general about why a DAO versus a regular VC fund or companies. So I invite everyone, skeptics too, any question, no dumb question. I think it's important to get people from various different backgrounds to chime in and maybe spark some new ideas.
Perfect. So I would host a workshop on IP-NFT fractionalization and financialization. So I think maybe on the third table.
My name is Adam. We are going to host a conversation about psychedelics and the intersection with crypto. And given the unique trajectory of psychedelics over the last 50 years in our culture, why DAOs may be able to offer unique innovations for us in our society and their development in the marketplace and otherwise.
Awesome. So Adam's going to be on table 4 over there. Any other volunteer? Oh, amazing. Okay, Sava here.
Yeah, so basically I'm really interested in using retroactive public goods funding for incentivizing development of therapies where patents don't really work. So basically repurposing off-patent drugs, plant medicines. I think we've got a lot of synergies with the psychedelics folks as well. Yeah, so I don't know where we'll do it, but maybe in the back there.
Table 5 for you. And any other volunteers? Climate DAO, social good DAO, anything else? Okay, hold on. We have somebody here. Make sure you say your name, please, and thank you.
Yes, so my name is Albert Anis. I've initiated a new bio-DAO called ValiDAO, where we focus particularly on biomanufacturing of everyday goods, such as foods, biomaterials, biofuels, and so on. So I would love to invite people here to discuss how we can kind of fund this kind of research and apply the framework such as the IP-NFT or a DAO in this kind of research context. So I guess.
Yeah, you get table 6. And I just want to remind you that we have a whole other area downstairs, so we can do many more. I have a hand here. And a head. Oh, no, you were just stretching. Okay, now you have to do one. I'm joking. Here you go.
Hey everyone, I'm Duncan. Maybe quite often one of the things that goes into sort of funding research normally is like bioethics panels, like assessing impacts of the research as well. Maybe how IP-NFTs could have that potentially encoded in them could be an interesting thing to discuss. Literally thought about it a second ago, but yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to go downstairs, and what's your name again, sorry?
Duncan.
Duncan, so Duncan's gonna be downstairs with us. Anybody else? Okay, we have another one, amazing. There's plenty of room, so you can still decide. Here, right? Just make sure you say your name.
Hey everyone, I'm Manav. I'd love to talk to you guys about research incubation and basically funding, tokenized funding of grant programs. So maybe potentially multi-DAO grant programs where you have a fractionalized token and basically equity research, mainly in the context of healthcare practitioners and life sciences researchers. So if that sounds interesting.
You're going to be downstairs, so
Great.
Say your name again, sorry?
It's Manav.
Okay, Marlon. So Marlon is going to be downstairs. Anybody else? Or we're going to start breaking into the tables. You can see the titles at the front.
All the leads should come there and just check the titles.
Okay, so every lead of a workshop, please go to the front and check the titles, and then everybody else can also check and break out into those sessions. I'll also be announcing them when we're all set up. Hold on. Come over here. Come. Is that you presenting, Niklas? Okay, so we got, yeah, can you get me 2 more chairs? Just 2 more, sorry. Adam, who's presenting for you, team? 1 minute.
Can I sit next to you?
Yeah, totally.
So everybody take back your seats again, and remember to designate one team lead to present for 1 minute.
So you can do it. Okay.
1 minute, yeah, I'm timing it. Yeah. One lead team. Who's here too? So we got 1, 2, 3. You're number 1. Can I have you? I'm gonna have you number 1, number 2, Jonathan, number 3, Niklas. No.
We have
7. We have 7. Keep moving. Musical chairs. Musical chairs.
We like it.
So I am missing
Chairs are comfy.
Laurence from Vita DAO.
Yeah. Yeah.
Valley DAO was downstairs. Adam, please sit. You are number 5. No, 5, it's there. Laurence is there. Nick, you're after there, yeah? No, there, yeah. And then the last one is Valley DAO. What's his name? Albert from Valley DAO, or another team member.
Totally. I think Niklas will be more like an hour.
Okay, we're gonna get going. So if everybody could pay attention here at the front again. No chatting on the stage either. You are all competing for a very special prize. The best presentation wins. We will tell you later. So thank you so much, everybody. I will ask you to please be quiet so we can do this and go for a little break, and you can chat a lot then. Everybody, please be quiet, or I'm going to start singing. Beata said to start 7. If anybody sees Albert from Valley DAO, please send him up. Okay, thank you so much for being quiet now. We really appreciate it. We're going to do the 1-minute presentations for all the workshops. Hope you really enjoy them, and I look forward to the presentations. I ask each one of the presenters to stick to 1 minute. I will be timing it. I will make 10-second announcement and 5-second announcement, and may the best presentation win. I'm not going to tell them what they're winning. Anyways, thank you, guys. We're going to start with Vincent and the IP-NFT fractionalization. And then John.
Perfect. Yeah, so we discussed IP-NFT fractionalization, but also pretty beyond that, just topics around IP-NFT. So beyond IP-NFT fractionalization, we really discussed this conflict of open and closed data, because you can't really make all of it radically open, because then you lose your patent claim. So we almost also picked up this example of like a private GitHub repo where you can collect a lot of data. Everyone that is a stakeholder or has the IP-NFT access key can access all the data. And then at the end, like once it failed or succeeded, you can actually make it public. And then one interesting topic was also what happens if an IP-NFT gets hacked or lost. And we discussed kind of like more like social recoverability could be one thing to look at, like with wallets. And then another high-level topic we discussed was like the discoverability of quality research, and of course, I kind of like looking also at the patterns that are currently very popular, like citations or quality, or like famous institutions, but to move beyond them and also to have new mechanisms for discovering quality research. But I want to hand it to the next one.
Okay, so we discussed basically the financialization of the publication process, and we were first talking that it's currently the financial value goes to the publishers, and they provide some value, which is that they curate, so to say, what gets published and what gets thrown out. And at the same time, we were thinking that the value of the scientists that they create is basically the paper that you want to read. And so how do we capture this value? We had different ideas here, where one is The scientists themselves have to kind of be the curators, which they already are because they are doing the peer review. But they could have maybe a decentralized algorithm like a blockchain that is basically a track of scientific record in a sense, and then you have to pay to access in a sense like what is behind that in that. That was something that would clash with open science, so we discussed this for a little bit, and we didn't quite find a solution there. Then we had another idea, which would not be a consensus algorithm, but just a, so to say, a validation market where you bet onto or you invest into replications or tests of hypotheses.
All right. So I have a very big pile of disjoint notes, but I think you can break it down into 5 steps. So we were thinking a lot about how research data is generated and how this sort of atomic layer of intellectual property, which is just proprietary information, how that looks like. We thought about storage. And something that stood out to everybody was, okay, it really depends on how do you structure that data. And ideally, we just adopt standards around bioimages or sequencing data that are already available. Why reinvent the wheel? And rather just marry these things with decentralized storage systems. Then data access. This data has to be visible and discoverable. So again, work with the existing infrastructure players, but also list scientific data in new formats on new exchanges as well. Metadata was a huge topic. How does metadata evolve? You know, today we don't think that you probably have to know the room temperature when you do an experiment, but then in the future, maybe we realize we really need that. So metadata has to continuously evolve, and I think that's where DAOs are really important. And then last but not least, we also thought about reputation and how there needs to be multiple reputation systems for scientists to be chosen to do a laboratory experiment.
Thank you. Next is Laurence, 1 minute, and then pass your mic, please.
Yeah, I'm Laurence. We talked a bit about BioDAOs and more specifically VitaDAO. We've talked about where these DAOs can come in the pipeline. So, you know, from the basic research, mostly funded by philanthropic entities and the public government agencies, and then we have VCs. And traditional investors coming in when an asset is de-risked enough for them, but there is a value of death in between, the translational value of death, and so we come in to fund projects where they're mostly still either an idea or stuck in academia, and de-risk them for then a new company to be spun out. We also talked about what happens with the proceeds, how they can be reinvested, and what could be in the future voted by the token holders, and how we can allow strategic contributors to come in. We talked about how we launched, and our fair auction, the Gnosis auction, sort of a Dutch auction where everyone got the same price. There were no pre-sale, no investors. The only people bought the token. Anyone could buy the token, including the team. And then there was a vote for giving a budget. We also talked about which projects we funded and how we curate projects and the dangers and how to choose the domain experts that curate those projects.
Next, Adam, and I'm going to give you the mic.
We started off with a governance proposal to move downstairs where it was quieter. And basically everybody made it. I was really impressed. Like, we went on this whole scouting mission to go find a place where we could hear each other, and we got through it. So I thought that was a very strong start. Following that, we talked about building a distinction between kind of the current medical model of psychedelics and therapeutics, but also this kind of the cultural model that maybe is left out of some of the current institutions. We talked about laying a foundation of research, of primary research, and then translational research. We talked about legal structures a little bit, and what it means to be a DAO as a digital native organization, and how that might have interesting intersections for psychedelics as well as the biotech marketplace. And we talked a little bit about being anonymous versus not being anonymous and the values on each side of that. We talked a little bit about reputation capital as it relates to, say, a trip sitter who might be anonymous or not, and how you might validate people in the community. And then we ended by saying, does anyone remember our second governance proposal? No? Okay. We decided that it was very important and we should continue talking about this.
Thank you, Adam. Great. Next one's Nick.
Hey, everyone. So at Crowdfunded Cures, this was the discussion that we had around retroactive public goods funding. And our hypothesis is that there's a ton of compounds and drugs and potential therapeutics out there. FDA approved, around 90% of FDA approved drugs could be potentially repurposed for new therapeutic uses. We also have psychedelics, we have cannabis. These are compounds or potential therapies that have a weak patent around them. So we're looking to work together to figure out ways to develop incentivizations to put those through clinical trials and develop clinical trial protocols, which we could then put into IP-NFTs and then sell off to payer systems. So the discussion was more along the lines of these potential therapeutics as well as treatment regimens. So that's pretty much what we focused on for that discussion.
Thank you, Nick. And last but not least, Albert from Valley DAO.
Yeah. At Valley DAO, one of the main things that we want to do is to accelerate the transition to a sustainable bioeconomy using biomanufacturing. One of the things that we discussed is, so there is, a huge amount of research going on in academia, particularly within synthetic biology and biomanufacturing, focusing on materials, fuels, chemicals, and so on that can, really influence various environmental issues. And the main problem that we discussed is that how can we get this research to the market? And using DAOs, using IP-NFTs to collaborate with the researcher, and tapping into the community at a very, very early stage to together with them de-risk the project and kind of also look at the commercial opportunity. And also, what you can do later on is you can, for example, spin out this research and have for example, the professor being on the board or as the main advisor for that startup. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to thank you there.
Well, thank you, everybody. And the winner is everyone, because it's a team effort and you're at DeSci.Berlin, so everybody wins. We're going for a break now, back here at 4:30 or the other room. Remember to check the schedules. They're being updated, so make sure you check the schedule live. And have a great break. See you here at 4:30. Thank you. Let's start taking our seats, everybody. Hope everybody had a great rest. I also want to remind you that there's another session going on right now with Carola. Did I say it right? Yes. The session is called Decentralized Tools for Communication and Synthesis. It's very fun. Do you want to say some words?
So hey guys, me and Sylvia from the Protocol Labs team are running a workshop on discourse graphs, tools for decentralized communication and synthesis in the other room, which has a cool lounge vibe. If you're interested in disrupting scientific publication, in tools to accelerate knowledge creation and dissemination, in awesome vibes, in science memes, in moving it, in grooving it, accelerating science.
Closer to you. Yes.
Sorry. Other room, please. Workshop 2.
Please follow everybody. I just want everybody, if we could start being quiet again, please. I'm going to let you say your announcement again. Keep it close here. Everybody, please listen.
Thanks, guys. Sylvia and I from the Protocol Labs team are doing a workshop on discourse graphs, tools for decentralized communication and synthesis in the second room in the back there. It has a very nice lounge vibe, very comfortable. There will be a short discussion on how these graphs can accelerate scientific communication and potentially disrupt or at least complement current networks of scientific publication, and accelerate knowledge generation and dissemination along scientific networks. We'll have a brief presentation, followed by a demo, followed by an interactive demo, where we'll try to attack a particular question, building a knowledge graph, building a discourse graph together in real time. So I think it'll be a nice way to close out the day, to get moving, to get talking, to get arguing, and I hope that you'll join me. Thank you.
Some party favors. No, I'm joking. Thank you for that, Carola. And everybody else, thank you again for being here. I hope you had a great break. And we're going to get on this stage, we're going to get going with, oh my God, I didn't know, but you have a very good title, Rafa the Builder from Mirror XYZ. He's the community Lorecraft Mirror in the Talk, and his session is going to be called Community and Protocol DAOs, Core Building Blocks and How to Build a DAO Through a People Network. I also want to remind everybody that the POAP is ready. If you want to have it, it's in the back screen over there, so don't remind to get that before you leave. And I'm going to give it back, and I'm going to give it to you now, Rafa. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Can I get a show of hands if you can hear me? All right, cool. Can I get a show of hands if you have been in a DAO? Can I get a show of hands if you have a definition for what a DAO is? All right, well, sounds about right. All right. Don't worry, I didn't raise my hand either, so it's okay. So today, I'm going to talk about DAOs and designing a DAO and what it is. Although this is my first public presentation, so I'm a little bit anxious. I'm really glad you're here to support me. I'll talk about me. My name is Rafa. I love org design. I work at Mirror as a DAO lead. And yeah, you can hang out on Twitter. Come say hello in the replies. I love good conversations. For those of you who do not know, I work at Mirror, which is a decentralized publishing platform and set of toolkits, and we're building something pretty sweet. But one of the main questions that we have is, how do we decentralize something that's actually quite complicated, global, and has a fairly interesting technology stack? And so my job is to think about what that decentralization process looks like, but not necessarily from a technology standpoint, but more from the ownership perspective. And so as we kind of explore this concept, this is fairly new for all of us. As I just mentioned, we're still figuring out what the exact definition of a DAO is. So today I'm going to talk about this, and this is a spoiler alert. This is all I'm going to talk about today. We're going to deep dive into three main things. The first is we're going to talk about DAO tech as a thing. We're going to talk about it as the how, not necessarily the why or the what we're actually doing. We're going to talk about two categories, or a false binary of DAOs, thinking about it from a community and a protocol standpoint. And we're going to talk about a DAO's path. So depending on the context, how you would go about that. I'm going to try to speak a bit slower because I tend to speak a bit quickly. But if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any point, and I will let you know whether we can talk about it then or we can talk about it later. So far, so good? Hands up. Are we still here? Oh, we're still here. Cool. So DAO tech is the how, not the why or the what. Before I go in here, any brave souls want to give a definition of a DAO? As far as you know? Anybody? Yeah? Okay, we got one. Group of people who is bound by a sense of mission which is not yet defined. Did I get it about right? Cool. Have you guys heard this one before? Yeah, a show of hands. Have you heard of this one? Yeah, I've got a couple here. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I come back to this definition quite often, but I actually think this isn't necessarily true. So I'm going to give an alternative definition for the conversation today about some of the stuff that we've been discussing internally on Twitter, publicly, I guess. We can think about DAO. You know, we talk about this thing about a group chat with a bank account, but then you run into this issue, which is, well, who owns a bank account? Do we have a multi-sig? Do we have some automated governance? Do we have this? Do we have a token? And I think there's a slightly different analogy that we can think about, which is think about DAO tech as the rails on which a specific community grows online. So think about these like the train tracks or the train itself, but not necessarily the people that are in the train or the organization that manages the train. Another analogy which I really like is think about DAO tech as the code that actually delivers the community user experience. This kind of differentiates the DAO from the entity itself. So think about the organization as the mesh of the different software that connects it all together. You know, your finance system, your HR system, the bureaucracy that you actually build from the entity itself, which is the organization. Now, why this is useful is because this may not necessarily be right, but it's potentially useful, is because it helps us abstract away the technology that we're actually putting together from the organizational entity, the mission, and how they actually are, you know, progressing towards a specific goal. So, but when we think about that as a DAO as a technology or as a set of toolkits, something really comes into mind, which is the DAO rails must be in harmony with the community culture and mission. So if you have a bank account, it's owned by a single person, that might be antithetical to the fact that you want a very pure democratic process in some cases. But it might not necessarily be out of line if you're still in the founding phase of an entity and you need rapid iteration and execution or distribution of funds, and you potentially have a benevolent founding team which are moving towards that. So we talk about progression towards decentralization. So I'm just going to go back here, level set. Instead of thinking about a DAO as a group chat with a bank account, we're going to think about the DAO as the technology on which a community specifically grows. And now when we think about the types of DAOs that potentially exist, that technology can design and evolve and emerge through what I have found 2 different pathways. This is a false binary, by the way. This is not necessarily true. It's not either or. It's not right or left. It's, you know, in between. But we're going to talk about 2 of them differently. So let me give an example. So in Uniswap, community design is downstream from the product mission. Does that make sense? No. Okay. So in Uniswap, we designed the protocol first, and then people got together, started using it, and then they governed it. So the community design happened after the product mission was actually executed, which is an automated market maker. Now, do you guys know what Kohlhaas is? Show of hands, anybody know? Some people. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Kohlhaas. Kohlhaas is kind of cool. Kohlhaas is a DAO, and they're going to buy an NBA team in the US. If you don't know what an NBA team is, you can Google it. It's pretty cool, apparently. I don't really watch it, but you know, it's a sports team, basketball. You know, with the hoops, Michael Jackson. No. That was a good joke. I thought I'd get a couple of chuckles. So Kohlhaas did a crowd fund, and they got a bunch of money together and got a bunch of people together, and they said, let's buy an NBA team. They didn't design a product. They didn't design a protocol. They got a bunch of people in the room first and gather a bunch of money, and now are executing on that vision by creating a series of products or a product portfolio. So there's a significant differentiation in terms of how you're evolving here in terms of the infrastructure that's being built. In the first instance here, in Uniswap, here, the infrastructure is the software that's coming first. In the second one, we could call it the social software. The community is coming together first. And this is an important differentiation for all of us to understand, because when we are building these new types of decentralized organizations, there's often a decision that needs to happen first when you launch, which is, am I going to think about the product? I'm going to anchor the product and then decentralize the product? Or am I going to think about aggregating the community together under the umbrella of a clear mission and then create a series of products which anchor themselves on that mission? So far, so good? So, another way to think about this is that Uniswap, the revenue center is actually the protocol core. So they did product market fit first, and then survival next of the protocol. But in Kohlhaas, they're going to buy an MBA team. The revenue center is actually the people that are there together. Together, they're generating revenue, or aggregating cash, or creating products which support their mission. So they're thinking about survival first of the mission. Can I create enough advocacy and evangelism? And then can I focus on product market fit afterwards? So far, so good? Does this resonate? Can I get a show of hands? Is this confusing? Yes? Or yes? All right. Can you ask a question and maybe I can clarify? No? No questions? All right. So, yeah, if you guys have a question, feel free to ask. It's okay. Yeah.
Let me test. Yeah, it works. Just make sure you say your name.
Hi, I'm Jamie. With the mission then product, So how do you de-risk the mission before you get a bunch of people on board?
Yeah, so you mean de-risk? Or validated the proof. Yeah, that's actually a very good question. So you need to do a lot of grassroots campaigning, get enough people. I feel like nowadays, people are designing communities the same way that we used to design bridges, which is add as much steel as possible and hope that it doesn't like crack under pressure. So you have a magnitude level estimation on what your survival rate for your community is. So if you're starting a community, you're trying to get the most amount of people there as possible at the start. So you invest heavily in terms of marketing and advertising, right? And as much people as possible. But I think, especially for folks who have been in real life communities, you don't actually need 1 million people to support your mission. You actually need 100 true advocates. At most, maybe 1,000. In some cases, you only need 40 or 50 people who really believe in the mission, create a tight-knit community to govern it and execute it. But we're not that sophisticated right now at creating digital communities, so we're significantly over-engineering the process and saying, well, if I can get 1 million people, maybe in 2 years that might only be 500, but that's cool because that's probably enough to drive it forward. Does that answer your question? We don't. I think we're all sitting here hoping it will, right? But I think we're doing something right, it feels like at least. So going back to this original question about DAOs, when we think about it as a group bank account, and we think about it instead as the tech rails, I just want to drive this contrast home, which is in Uniswap, what they're doing, I'm calling it this, I don't know what it's going to be called in a year, but Uniswap is very much a protocol-centric DAO, which is it has a protocol with a treasury and governance process, versus Kohlhaas has a community, so a group of people with a shared bank account and specific governance tied to it. So there's a lot of software or I guess DAOware, hardware in the protocol environment, code, I would say it. And Kohlhaas, you have a lot of socialware, you have a lot of policies, you have missions, you have values, and you have governance, which depends a lot within people relationships. So in the first one, the code evolves into having people aligning around that code. In the second one, you have a lot of people who start creating code that aligns with how they are viewing the world and the missions that they have. So far, so good, kind of? Okay. So one of the things that I really like to think about is that it's actually fairly easy to identify whether the DAO that you're working on or the community, or I would say even the organization that you're working on, is kind of protocol-centric versus community-centric. And to me, you have to ask, am I organized by seasons or am I organized by games? Have you guys heard about a season in a DAO? Yeah, you've heard it? Anybody else? Yeah? So a season tends to be kind of like a period of time where everybody agrees that they're going to do kind of like a specific thing. It's a time-bound focus on a specific thing, kind of like a quarter in a business. Have you guys ever heard of a game in a DAO? That's special, might be. No? Yeah, this one's more on like Twitter. Maybe if you follow me, you might have read about it, but it's a bit niche. So the difference between a season and a game, don't worry, I'm going to explain it, but I'll leave the slides for you guys to read a little bit later, is that the game is not necessarily time-bound, it's logic-bound. So if we go back to Uniswap, Uniswap is logic-bound. I'm an automated market maker. I connect two people together who exchange assets. Kohlhaas has a time-bound rhythm. So every couple of months, they decide on something that they're going to do together, and they focus their energies on executing that together. So Kohlhaas sits in the seasoned aspect, limited time frame, boundaries defined by community objectives, usually sequential progression. You have a lot of consensus-driven. You're building towards specific objectives. But you also tend to centralize because you get core contributors. That's okay, by the way. This isn't anything, this is not bad. You also have governance focused on treasury disbursement. So I'm going to allocate treasury to do a specific project. You know, I added here the Mirror DAO Season 1, but in reality, a lot of the DAOs actually work like this side. Fewer DAOs, at least in the social and the more emerging spaces, work on the game side. And the game side has a limited interaction frame. So let's say I'm going to swap 2 assets in DeFi, or I'm going to sell IP between 2 parties and have an escrow service. The boundaries are defined by the product protocol rules, so logic set. They usually go in parallel, so you can have multiple games that are going on at the same place. So Uniswap, for example, has Uniswap v3, and it might work in multiple chains. It's code-driven. You build out new tools from the game, so you expand outwards. It tends to decentralize because you create more competing communities. If you're familiar with Uniswap, you know fish.vote, where they're kind of like creating a delegation framework to be able to manage a governance. And the governance is focused on the protocol variables. Do I add a fee to Uniswap? An example of that is a mirror right race, so for some of you folks who have seen it before. So we talked about DAO tech as thinking about the how it's run, thinking about the 2 categories, which are community and protocol, and then the last piece is simply about the path from one to another. Yep. Yeah. I've got 10 minutes, guys, so you can still listen to me chat for a little bit longer. So the DAO's path depends on context. So one of the things that most people think about is that, oh, it's either one or another. So I'm going to get a community of people together, and then I'm going to build a thing, or I'm going to build a thing and then rally a community of people around the thing that is being built. But it's actually not binary, right? You can move from one to another. An example here is Cabin. Anybody familiar with Creator Cabins? Got a couple people around here. So they're moving from community. They did a crowdfunding. But now they're discussing using token curated registries as a core game. So they're moving from pure community to more of a game or a protocol-centric approach. Uniswap, on the other side, as I said, is I'm excited to announce Uniswap Exchange, and now they have an entire discourse forum where people vote and do a bunch of cool stuff on it, and then build products and tools on top of it. So one of the things that I would encourage all of you guys to think about is when you guys are thinking about decentralization and building organizations, ask yourself the question, are we building a product and rallying a community around it for the long-term survival of the product and protocol that we're building? Or are we building a community first that understands a long-term mission that we want to work towards and then build a series of portfolio products which contribute to that mission? Each of these has different design consequences. And as a result of those different design consequences, you will want to make different choices with regards of the governance frameworks that you choose, whether you want what types of consensus mechanisms you have, how you gather revenue, what type of revenue projections, and what type of ownership you want to distribute in what way. So I'll stop there, and we can ask some questions. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Questions? I'll bring the mic around and you can just say your name and ask the question. Please put your hand up. We have some.
Yeah, thanks, Rafa. This is a really good point. I was thinking of the analogy, like what a business model is to a startup is the community to a DAO, if that makes sense. And startups pivot their business model, right? So what do DAOs do? Does it come down to onboarding, and do you have any best practices in mind how a DAO really, makes sure to get there, what you've described?
Yeah, so, startups have business models, and an example business model might be we're going to do a lab approach, right? We're going to try a lot of different stuff, throw some stuff to a wall and see what sticks. Or versus I'm going to do a lot of, for example, customer interviews, and then I'm going to design the perfect product for them. And you might have different go-to-market approaches. And you have this cyclical approach of reevaluating where you are. DAOs have something a little bit different because when you're dealing with especially community ones, when you're dealing with a lot of people, you're dealing with a swarm. And it's a lot harder to pivot a swarm to go from one direction to another than it is to pivot a business, because the business kind of has a centered locus of control, right? My recommendation is you should actually not try to run a DAO like you run a business. So if you have a large group of people and you have a specific amount, like a business model that you put in place, in a startup, you would say, we're changing the business model. And you just move, right? You go from one quarter to another. But in a DAO, because you have a swarm engagement, it moves more like a meme. So how do you kill a meme? You don't. You have to create a new meme that actually garners enough energy and attention from the swarm that they move in that specific direction. So when we're thinking about business models and business model pivots, what we're actually thinking about is the different competing narratives that you have within the community that you engage with, and you really have to create a new compelling narrative to be able to focus the attention in that direction.
Next question.
Sure. Hey, Rafa. I'm Matt, based here in Berlin, and seen a number of the projects you work on, so cool to have you here. You kind of go in the direction of talking about memes and lore and like what's the narrative.
Yep.
How do you kind of instill that, like have the magic of the swarm, but then you have like, Discord and how do you get the momentum around the lore in such, when it's like a swarm? It seems like you're saying basically memes, but is that like, how do you do that as the community builder and within DAOs?
So the piece that I didn't talk about today, which I talked about seasoning games, the third part of the framework is what you're describing, which is the lore. So we can think about lore as your framework of reality. Venkat did a really good article about like recycling, and we all believe different things about recycling. And those sets of beliefs that we learn over time, over many decades, and the different exposure that we have in a very confusing information environment, create certain patterns of behaviors that we have with regards to recycling. I didn't split up my trash in the US, and now I do because I'm in Berlin. I need 5 trash cans. But there's the lore is a framework of reality that you work in, and that framework of reality, I would try to not centrally control it, because actually central control imposes a behavior on the community, and I think it might be a bit presumptuous to think that our version of reality is actually the correct version of reality for the swarm and the internet that you actually work in. How lore emerges is over time, and it's often based on mundane tasks. So there are some heroic stories, but I would recommend, for example, reading about Octavia Butler's essay on the carrier bag of fiction essay, which I can send some information, which is lore emerges from the daily activities that we do. So how do you create good lore in a community? How do you create lore which pushes you into the right direction? Well, you have to create the rails which create benevolent daily habits and make sure that those habits are the ones that get elevated and accentuated. It's kind of like growing up with a family, right? Your value systems are not defined by your parents usually sitting down and telling you these are your value systems. The value systems are often something that you extract from all the different consistent habits that you execute within the community. As a community steward, that might be designing for either the protocol, right, and attracting a community, or dealing with a community that does a crowdfund and then self-organizes. What you want to do is you want to reinforce specific consistency of habits and highlight the habits that you want to accentuate. That's the simple way to say it. I think the harder thing is we don't actually have a very strict playbook on how to do it just yet, maybe in a couple decades.
Well, that's the very quick last question.
Hi, can I just ask about the legal aspects of setting up a DAO? And especially like once you want to then launch a token and sell that token as a crowdfunding, how does all that work? To me, it's like a bit of obscure space.
So I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You should do your own research. Something that I have seen this is not a recommendation, this is a description of reality, is that there are two pathways so far for creating DAOs and moving into a legal environment. One is if you're creating a product or a protocol DAO, there's often an LLC, so standard organization, which gets built that receives funding in exchange for future ownership of the organization. And then when you decentralize, you pass on the protocol ownership from one entity, which is the private one, to the decentralized one. So what most people, I think, have seen is that it's not that you create one legal entity for the entire lifetime of the organization when you're dealing with a protocol. You deal with a private one, which does your R&D, build, potentially product market fit, and then when you decentralize, you pass the ownership onto a different legal entity, which I think the most common one that I have heard in the group chat so far is something around unincorporated nonprofit organization in the US. I don't know what the European equivalent would be. Now, if you're doing it from a community standpoint, the most common thing that I have seen done is many DAOs have not created any legal entity, have done the crowdfund under no framework whatsoever, receive the funding, and then as part of the first projects that they do, they get legal counsel and they create a legal entity. Most often than not, recently they end up with the same solution, which is the unincorporated nonprofit. Again, I am not a lawyer. This is a description of reality, not recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafa, for being here.
Thank you.
An applause for Rafa, please, and for this presentation. Do you want to make an announcement where they can find you on Twitter?
You can find me on Twitter, Rafa the Builder. I'll be hanging around for a couple more minutes if you want to ask additional questions. Yeah, cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. And for our next session, we have Isabel Thompson, the head of product of Molecule, with Reka.eth of Guild XYZ and Lily Hansen-Gillis of UX Core and LabDAO. Their session is called Product Discovery, User Research, DAO Onboarding, and Other Use Cases. Ladies? Go ahead. Who's doing the presentation? We're all together? Yeah. Thanks.
Hi. So we'll just do an all-together intro of what the whole thing is going to be, and then we each have a little session about our topics, and then we'll do a little bit less messy of a breakout session, but we'll do 3 groups around those topics. And yeah, Isabel. I'm Reka.eth, by the way. I'm the Guild XYZ founder. Very nice to meet you.
Great, we're just waiting for our slides to come up. So yeah, I'm Isabel Thompson. I'm head of product at Molecule. I joined about a month ago, but I was originally at the Blockchain for Science conference in 2018. So it's very exciting to, there we go. All right, start again. Hi everyone, I'm Isabel Thompson. I'm head of product here at Molecule. Started about a month ago, but I was at the Blockchain for Science conference back in 2018. And it's extremely invigorating and exciting to see how the energy has changed in the space in those last 4 years.
Yeah, so I'm Reka.eth, the Guild XYZ founder. I'll be talking more about a little bit more technical and practical DAO tooling, onboarding flow, what is out there right now, what might be useful for you guys, and stuff like that. I'm very happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Lily. I do UX and community at LabDAO, and yeah, excited to be here.
So let's go.
Try and see if my scientist is here, but maybe he isn't. That'll be fun. Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, Toby. All right, that's all right. Okay. Hi, welcome everyone. I know it's the end of the afternoon. There's already been a lot of information that people have had to absorb, but I don't think there's anything like being part of a movement that has the potential to change the world to, get your energy going again. First, I have a question for you. How many people have heard of decentralized science, just say in the last month? How many people here are super new? Wow, okay, that's cool, that's cool. How many in the last, say, 6 months. Okay, we're starting to see pushing a majority now. And how many people less than a year, but more than 6 months? And how many people more than a year? Okay, so I think we can see that even here amongst a space of enthusiastic early adopters, there's still a lot of people who are really, really new. In the spirit of Agile, we've changed our topic today to make it particularly relevant to something that we think is important, which is spreading this message and snowballing the decentralized science movement into its next stage, which requires us reaching out to a lot more people. We're in a new space, an incredibly new space, which means, by definition, almost everyone that we want to be a part of this space has not yet heard of this space and definitely isn't in this space. Over the last couple of months before I joined Molecule, I did my, some very, very basic user research, talking to a few different people who I think belong in the decentralized science movement. Researchers, biotech founders, other stakeholders in science. Not a single one of them knew what Web3 was. Repeat that, not a single one of them knew what Web3 was. A bunch of them had heard of crypto, of course, probably hard to miss that. But this new rebranding of crypto that's happened in the last year, they weren't aware of this. And this included some people who are absolutely the type of people we see as being in this space long term. So, for example, one was a ex-PhD from Cambridge who had started his own biotech firm and actually raised millions in capital for a potentially extremely exciting, innovative therapeutic. Very tech-savvy, been trading biotech stock for years. Never heard of it. And I think it shows how much we take for granted. As soon as you start spending time with people around this space, it becomes more and more of your life. Probably a number of us have found that out. And it can be easy to forget that a lot of people are not at all living and breathing the world that we are in. When it comes to NFTs, of course, I asked about those as well. Most people had heard of NFTs, but of course, if they thought of them at all, they thought of them as extremely expensive JPEGs and told me that they couldn't see the point. So cue a long discussion for me on what IP NFTs were. Okay, so we know this, at least in the back of our mind. I think we know that people don't have the same level of awareness as us. We are the early adopters here in this room. We are almost by definition not representative, and that's putting aside the things that we might like to see in terms of representation from wider variety of gender, race, socioeconomic background, geography. But we are not representative. We are, I would say, very curious people, speaking as a large brushstroke. We may be more risk tolerant. We're certainly out there exploring different ways of doing science, which a lot of scientists don't have time to do, even if they are interested. So, if we want to see decentralized science snowball into the movement that it can be, then step one is probably building a much, much greater awareness. We know that things like vocabulary are a significant barrier to people becoming more involved, and that's just one of the topics that we'll be diving into later. So this session, we're going to take you on a very extremely speedy path for the things that is required if you want to get your DeSci project to a greater set of users. The first part is going to be some feedback from us and some even a live demonstration of a user interview. So let's see how that goes. So if you want to reach more people, then step one is you've got to understand your users, and that means putting aside preconceptions, assumptions, and you mustn't map on your own mentality onto the people that you want to use your project, because they almost certainly are different from you. So one is understand your users. Two is then use that to build greater awareness, and that's what Lily will be covering. Three is about onboarding, and Reka is going to cover onboarding, planning and onboarding and scaling your workflow. And then 4 is inclusivity. And we want to make that a bit of a theme that runs throughout these different subject areas, to think about how we can make the space seem inviting as we do all of the above activities. So to cover the workshop streams, first up is demystifying Web3. So it's about, as Tyler said earlier, are there better ways that we can explain what we're doing here? Can we explain the value in a more compelling way? Can we avoid some of the terminology that makes people feel that this space isn't for them? 2 is building awareness, so making the space more inviting. And 3 is the looking at your onboarding flow and tool discovery, planning and scaling your onboarding. Oops, there's my pen. Oh no, could you go back a slide? It's here. Do you want it actually? Oh, could you go back? Yeah, we don't want this yet. Great. Do you guys want to say anything before we dig into our interview? All right. So we're going to try something here that is should be fun anyway. I have managed to find a willing and brave scientist who has Toby from the Max Planck Institute, who has been willing to come and do a mini live user interview. So, woo! Cheers for Toby! And just so you know, this is why you should never just say hello to people in the entrance hall, because he was like, hey, I'm Toby, and now he's up on stage. So let that be a lesson to you. So this isn't a typical user interview. This isn't really a product user interview. But it's, what I'm going to do here is just ask a few questions about Toby's personal experience so that I understand his route into the decentralized science space. Yeah, I'll give you my broader interview tips at the end, actually. Okay. I'm standing up, which makes it seem a lot more formal. Sorry about the power dynamic. Never do this. Actually, can I grab that seat? That would be great. All right, I'll sit next to you. Here we go, musical chairs. Hey, Toby.
Hi.
Great to meet you.
Oh, thanks. Meet you too. Nice to meet you.
I believe you are a scientist at the Max Planck Institute, right? Could you tell me what you're researching?
Yeah, more or less. I'm not really researching, actually. I used to build instruments for taking pictures from aircraft, from the atmosphere. And now I'm trying to catch the data of all my colleagues because we had this big field campaign and people captured a lot of data and it's now like stored on their disks, on their USB drives or whatever, and we want to have access to it, to them all.
All right, I'll ask you a little bit more about that in a moment. First, could you tell me, how did you end up here at the Decentralized Science Conference today?
Wes told me. So
tell us who Wes is, for people who don't know.
Wes is a guy from Protocol Labs, I guess, and he's working on the Bacalhau project, which should bring computation to the data, because we often deal with like large data sets, and it's often easier to move the code to the data than the other way around.
And when did you hear about it?
The conference?
Yeah.
Wednesday.
So you heard about it last Wednesday,
yes.
And you're now here today. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. What did Wes say to you that made you want to come?
He said he's here, and I said nice.
I can't promise that every question will yield an answer that you can use for your onboarding.
Also, I checked the website and I saw that like there's some effort in replacing journals by scripts, and I found that interesting as well.
So, did the term decentralized science mean anything to you at the time, or was it more just based on what was said to you?
I had heard about similar things like quite a long time ago, and so I had some idea about that, but nothing really specific. So I kind of just had in mind that one idea was that it doesn't make too much sense to pay like journals so much money for what they are doing, and kind of understood that idea. So I thought maybe it has something to do with that.
So it was more from the publishing angle and sort of data assets that you sort of associated the movement with at this point?
Yeah, so I mean, my personal problem is more about the data we are collecting, but yes, this publishing angle I had in mind as well, yeah.
So what is it about the data angle that interests you?
Well, this field effort we had is like a huge field campaign in our surrounding, basically. So we have been east of Barbados. We have had a couple of aircraft, couple of ships, and so we wanted to capture the state of the atmosphere and the ocean in its entirety as much as we can. And the project grew because we started out with a little project in mind, and then more and more scientists came and collaborated on that, and all of them took their data, and now we moved apart again, and everyone has their own data, and it's a little bit hard to share that due to many reasons, like servers don't work, and you cannot decide on which continent you want to host the server, and so on and so forth. And that's what made me more curious about having a decentralized system, which we kind of have today. I mean, everyone has the data on their USB drives, but it's not usable because I cannot actually get the data. So it's stored, but not available. And this availability problem brought me into this, basically.
So what are you using to coordinate this data at the moment?
Well, we tried to have the one centralized project repository where everyone is supposed to upload their data to, and then there were problems. For example, data was too big for the repository, so they couldn't accept it, and then there were political reasons, we only store our data on our country's server and not on their country's server, and many things of these kinds. And another problem was data changed, even though the servers promised not to change it. And all of these kinds of difficulties we had, and that's basically it.
So if anyone here is building data storage and coordination tools, then they should definitely reach out to Toby. If I were building something like that myself, I would start to dig in more about the tools he's currently using, the problem, how he's trying to solve the problem at the moment, what he's tried, how much of a pain point it is, a number of other questions. For now, though, I'll begin to wrap this up because we want to keep things moving along. But I've got 2 more questions for you. So firstly, if you were interested in getting involved more with the decentralized science movement at this point, do you know what you would do as a next step?
So currently I'm working on the formats integrating data onto IPFS or IPLD graphs, and I'm working with a couple of people there, and so that's what I would guess I try to continue. And also I hope to meet more people, because it's tough to do it with few people.
Yeah, definitely. And would you, at this point, I mean, you're a bit tech savvy, which not all scientists necessarily are. Obviously, researchers can span a lot of different skill sets. Do you have any particular questions, concerns, or anxieties that might stop you going deeper at this point?
So what I'm always wondering if I will reach a point where I cannot go further, because I'm really wondering why this hasn't been done before, because these problems exist since a long time, and I'm really wondering why should it work now, and why should I be doing that? Why isn't that done already? And up to now I didn't really reach that point, but I'm always kind of afraid that at some point I will discover it, and then everything was lost. And yeah, so don't know.
And as a final question, if you could articulate anything that you really hope would be a overall benefit to science or benefit to your life, what would do you have any hopes for what decentralized science could deliver to you individually?
So what I really want to have is this a little function which kind of maybe is called open dataset, where I could put an identifier for a dataset into, and it will just open the dataset and I can use it. And this function should work on my computer and work if I send it to someone else's computer. It should work there as well. It should be fast. If the data is cached on my machine, it should still work if it's somewhere else. So I just want this little function basically. And if it's possible to build that, that would be great.
And if it is, then we should build it, right? All right, thank you very much, Toby. That was very brave, and I'm also very grateful for you to step up at that kind of short notice.
Thanks.
So I hadn't spoken to Toby much beforehand. I didn't know what he was going to say, but he's given me a number of ideas for projects I could put him in touch with, or ideas that I could go and explore further. I want to give you a quick overview of a very, very brief summary of interview tips. So the number one rule is you should just always talk to users. It doesn't matter if you're an enormous company or one person with an idea. Until you've had some casual conversations as well as more in-depth ones, you often have no idea if your idea actually will have any traction. So talk to people, anyone, catch them in a queue or in the library, wherever you see them. Ask one or two questions that can start to fill out whether your idea is actually a good idea. Always stay curious. Don't assume you know what anyone's going to say. Dig into small points. And you never know what people will start to let on when you build a bit of trust. This is an extremely important tip. Always dig into current circumstances. You don't want to ask about wishes, about hopes, at least not to the very end of the interview. You should always try and dig into past specific behaviors and past specific events. So never ask, how often do you go to the gym? If you're interested in building a new fitness app, you should ask, when was the last time you went to the gym? Simple things like that can completely change the information that you get out of a particular conversation. And thirdly, do not pitch your idea. If you go in saying, hey, I've got this idea about blah, 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 I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. You've already kind of exposed your thinking. If you say, I'm building this thing, no one will want to tell you that it's a terrible idea. They'll be like, oh, yeah, sounds great. You should definitely do that. And if you ask, would you buy this if I asked you to? They'll say, oh, yeah, I'd probably pay like $20 for that. Tells you absolutely nothing. It's been shown again and again. It tells you absolutely nothing about whether people will actually pay for it. There are different techniques for working out how people will engage with your project down the line. But do not let them know what you want to do. My final tip is read this book, The Mum Test. It's very short, and it will completely change how you do user interviews. It will walk you through from the very beginning through to how you can reach out to get people to interview, the email templates you can use. It's a fantastic book, and its subtitle, which you won't be able to read, is How to Talk to Customers and Learn If Your Business is a Good Idea When Everyone is Lying to You. So the idea is, how do you get to the truth when everyone wants to encourage you and say your idea is great? So yeah, well, thanks again, Toby, for doing a live interview. And now, on your pathway to understanding how to onboard users successfully into this space, step 1 was understand your users, and step 2 is building awareness and making the space more inviting. So we're going to shift gear a little bit now and think about actionable strategies that we can do to make this space feel more appealing.
I'm just waiting for my slide. I have one single slide, so we are going to move very quickly today. We're putting it on. How's everyone feeling? A little hungry? I'm a little hungry. I should have written them down, and I didn't. So basically, I've pulled up a few points that we have discovered through mistakes at LabDAO so far. I wouldn't call them necessarily mistakes, but improvements that we're trying to implement. And these are things that kind of go into onboarding, but they're also pre-onboarding as well. Just approaches that and lessons that we've found. It's coming? Okay. All right. Oh, there, yeah, okay. All right, so in the interest of being very quick, information dumps are overwhelming. Nobody remembers things if you throw them 7 paragraphs about what your project is. And that's really hard in this space because a lot of these projects are extremely complex and need a lot of context. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to spend a lot of time either getting someone who's a professional writer or just working with your team to reduce the amount of information that you give people up front. Create a catchy tagline that is explanatory and informative. Another lesson, balance access to resources and use succinct explanations. So that's kind of contrary in what it's saying. You want to give people, scientists specifically always want more information. They want to learn. They're naturally curious people. They've gotten into this space because they want to discover things. So when you're talking about something new and you're writing for scientists, it feels like it makes sense to explain every single point, which is true. You should be very clear. You should explain what an NFT is. You should never assume that someone knows actually what an NFT is. But within that, you should also have a balance between, again, writing 7 paragraphs and linking resources where they can explore further. This is something I am still trying to figure out, and I think a lot of people are also trying to figure out in this space because it's a very, very hard balance to hit. Let people learn on their own timeline. This is really important in DAOs. We have a lot of people that come in and just lurk for a few months, and that's different from something like, say, an official company where you come and you onboard and you start working once you're finished your onboarding. People may start onboarding, get distracted, come back to an week. Ideally, you want them to go through all of it, but that's not naturally how it's going to happen. So design your DAO, design your space, design your DeSci project so that anyone coming into it has the ability to take a breather and return to it. And then the final little early onboarding lesson that I'm going to share is one-on-one connections are key, and we have found this, that basically all of the people in LabDAO who are extremely involved now were people who were spoken to one-on-one by someone else in the community, who encouraged them to come to something, who encouraged them to join a specific group. There are a lot of curious people in this space, and making sure that they have the ability to connect with another person who will pick up on what they're interested in is really, really important. And with that, I will not information dump on you and move on to...
Mine is, I think it kind of makes sense. I was pretty nervous about how like each of our topics is going to come together, but I think it kind of rolls together. Mine is more similar to if you guys were here when Rafa was talking about product communities to product kind of scenario. Mine is like after you've established what Isabel was talking about, the product interview, and then you started communicating what the whole community and the product is about. How do you get actually contributors? How do you get people? How DAOs do it right now, and I'm so glad that you guys are more DAO savvy. I was not sure what the taste of the audience is going to be like, so I was very timid with the slides. I'm very fond of making fugly slides, so it's just going to be a couple images, and I'm going to be talking. And keep it short so we can actually talk a little bit in groups and figure out some cool things. And so yeah, let's jump into it. So first of all, with everything, with what Isabel was also saying about like product research, you have to know your goal. And for DAOs, our communities, the vision that we have is these teal organizations, which is basically just this very nice blue color at the top, which are like self-sustaining, almost like organism type of working together communities. And they are based on this very egalitarian, which just means that everybody has an equal chance at the beginning, the equal chances to start their work, do anything in the community, and on meritocratic ideas, which is you get compensated and rewarded based on merit, so like your actions, your knowledge, and actual things. So it's kind of like a very ideal thing that we're going for here. These communities also heavily, the premise of DAOs is that they rely on shared ownership as well, which is very unique compared to a regular community that's out there. This is one of the key factors that we have, and kind of it's either like could be a poison, and it could also be like a very, very, very useful thing to have. And not to mention, these communities are all over the world. You have to work throughout time zones, throughout nationalities, throughout different types of working styles, behaviors, cultures, and everything. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration. We're not going to talk about that. What I'm going to say is what onboarding in DAOs looks like right now, what bigger DAOs are doing, what is like the method that's been established in the past 2 years, and it's still going on, which is my fugly little slides. This is a diagram that I made. We're going to talk about that in the beginning. Essentially, DAOs are forming into guilds, pods, squads. They break out into smaller sections, which is why we're trying to do that after this as well. Because there's this little paper that you probably can't read. It's a little blurry, but there's this research that it is established that it's only 150 people that can actually produce and some sort of effective work and sort of know each other, at least by name. There's only 50 people who can like talk to each other on a weekly basis, have like fairly regular touch-ups about work, about anything that they're doing. 15 people is a smaller scale. You can work with those people weekly, actually produce work. And 5 is the ones that you can work on a daily basis and be very, very effective together. So no matter how big the organization's growing, this is something to keep in mind. It's a well-established form of work and group psychology and everything. You have to keep this in accounting. So it could be a 5,000 people DAO. You still have to have these subgroups, which is the pink little things. The big black is the whole organization. The bigger orangey part is kind of like, let's say, the content side of the DAO that's doing more of the PR, biz dev, communications, and the little pink ones are the subgroups within that actually produce efficient work with few people in them. And what DAOs are doing right now is that we have this outer layer of users, which is very public. Usually it's a Discord server, it's your Twitter, it's everything that you touch, every other person. And then we have tiers and this very specific funnel of getting in. It's a little unique to every community, and I think regarding science communities, it's also going to be very unique with like subgroups that do different types of research and work together in different types of ways. But we do have this funnel of being just from this passerby member into a community member, and then a contributor, maybe part-time, maybe occasional, and then full-time contributor, then core team, and maybe even founding partner eventually if you go along this funding thing. But what's crazy about DAOs is that we do this fully remotely. We don't know each other personally. It's usually anonymous as well. We might know each other's faces. We definitely know the voices, and we text, but it is needing this very specific technology which we're developing, because if I don't know you, if I have no access to like your credentials to anything, it's very trustless, very anonymous, very meritocratic, and what we established before. But it requires a ton of tooling because of this like very cool nature that we developed aside from the regular communities that already work together. So here there's just a few that this person mentioned in their article, but yes, let's move on. So what we do right now is I collected all of this, and this is not even all of them, but these are all the platforms where you can post bounties, and basically people can discover and start working with you. It's kind of where you onboard. It's also, onboard is kind of a strange word in Web3, I think, but these are the platforms where you can have bounties, opportunities, job openings, anything, and they work in different ways. They also, some shape or form, they're starting to incorporate credentials with NFTs. And for example, JokeDAO is a more interesting one because it is the only one I've seen which is actually building out to be a protocol, but it's rewarding you every week with tokens for participating. All the other ones, DAOs and everything that I've seen, they don't do that. It's very Like you either work for them or no, but with Joke DAO, you show up and you get paid if you actually do something. Like it's very, very open, and I think it's a great experiment for later things. But what I bolted out is essentially it works with Discord and Twitter. Like that's the essential. If you want to do something, you post. Some people even write it on their Twitter handles that they're hiring, and then that's it. And the Discord is where we have like a channel for openings, for open bounties, how you can get an NFT or POAP or tokens or USDC and get paid. Those are like the very basic things to get started with, but all the rest is up to you and fully the nature of your community, what you need and what your goals and values are, what type of tool accompanies that. And that's what we're trying to figure out in the little breakouts in a bit. And yeah, we're getting to the breakouts. I think I kept my 7 minutes really nicely. I'm very proud. Yeah, we're going to talk about the onboarding flow and the tool discovery a little bit, because I have all of these under my belt. I'm also a tool builder, so ask me anything. And I think what we're going to do to make this the simplest is we're going to stay on this floor. I think I'll just run back to the couch, and you guys should come if you want to talk about my topic. These are the 3 topics that are going to be held. I think maybe, Isabel, you should say, like, here. Lily, is it okay if you take one of the desks and just collect there? I think we can have, like, 10 minutes of solid, or 15 minutes of solid conversation, and then we'll have, like, tiny conclusion time at the end. Good. So see you at the couch if you want to talk through the onboarding flow.
Thank you. So I'll make sure that I'll point each person to their area, right? You guys are each doing one area?
Right, okay, so if you want to talk about explaining the value proposition of Web3 to people who don't really know what it is, or you had a good or bad experience recently onboarding into it and you've got some ideas, come and chat to me. I'm going to be here, and we can get some brainstorming going. I'm really hoping to find some interesting ways to describe Web3, things that you think resonate. That's me. Reka at the back, she said, to talk about tools.
Building awareness, so making this space more inviting for everyone. That includes like inclusivity, etc. And I'm going to be in the middle area, I believe. So, yeah, come find me there.
So 1 is Reka, right? And you're 2?
Yes. No, I'm 1.
Oh, you're 1.
Yeah,
So,
Reka's 3 at the back.
and you're in Lily's 3.
Yeah.
No, building 2. So just as a reminder, demystifying Web3 with Isabel is table 1, which is the closest to the stage. At the second table in the middle is building awareness, making the space more inviting. And the last one, number 3, onboarding flow and tool discovery with Reka, planning and scaling your onboarding, is at the back by the couches. If you have any questions, we do have a board at the front of the stage. You can come check it out or ask one of the volunteers with the red tags. And I just want to remind you that there is the POAP at the front screen to proof of being here. Don't want to miss that out. It's at the screen to the right of the stage.
to be a part of decentralized science?
Thank you, I'm Dan. So what really matters to researchers appear to be funding, and we thought of funding as the gateway drug, forgive the pun, for bringing awareness of Web3, and that would also open the researchers to other benefits of Web3, such as DAOs or storage and so on. And another aspect was trying to attract younger researchers towards Web3, as they seem to be more open to its possibilities than elderly ones. And it seemed that Web3 as a rebranding away from crypto has only been partially successful because there's still some reluctance towards Web3 due to the associations with crypto scams and hacks.
Brilliant, thanks. I'm very relieved as someone at Molecule to hear that funding might be the hack to make researchers listen. Feels like I made a good choice. All right, so that was researchers. Then we've got funders.
I had to choose a white T-shirt for Spaghetti Bolognese Day. So funders, I think there's still a spectrum of skepticism. So you still have to convince them of the benefits of decentralization. So I think what we would say is, Web3 allows the processes and the technical tools to decentralize funding of and knowledge in the scientific space, allowing better patient impact and unlocking financial gains and reputation. So it's kind of the financial and the reputational gains that kind of differentiate funders, I think.
Nice. We discussed the point that, in the last 10 years, I think there's been an amount of movement in terms of open access and open data that people previously didn't think possible because a lot of the big funders said, okay, it's time. So, we'll need to move towards getting that level of credibility that the EU, Plan S, Gates Foundation, Wellcome Trust, that they start to see this as a meaningful and effective way to get their missions realized. We know the incentives are there, but we have to make that incentive alignment really clear. Tech transfer offices.
Briefly, tech transfer offices, these are the guys that will apply for the patent, for the researchers that have invented something cool, or they decide not to do it if they don't think that it's novel enough. We first found out that actually the range of tech transfer offices, which are entities within universities, so they own the intellectual property, it's quite heterogeneous. For some, the current system actually works, mainly in the US. MIT, Stanford, they make tons of money the way the system is set up right now, so probably not the best idea to approach these guys, but there's a lot that have sort of misaligned incentives. And for them, probably cash will be quite important, and perhaps even funding research quite early, so way pre-IP, basically. So we talked about funding PhD positions, because hardly any university would say no to that. But then you basically put in this clause that any IP generated through that will in the end belong to the DAO or whoever was doing the funding, basically. Another thing is sometimes researchers think they did something cool, but then the tech transfer office decides that it's not worth applying for a patent for that, and then they hand back the intellectual property to the researchers, and sometimes they're frustrated with that, and they would still like to turn this into a patent. And it's quite niche-y, but it happens. So that might be another option to get a foot in the door quite early before you then can actually prove that the system works, and then maybe in the long run also create network effects and make the tech transfer offices open up to ideas like that.
That's super interesting. Yeah, clap. I love the idea of funding PhD programs. We need some money for that, so if anyone wants to donate, then let's do that. But also there are parallels with what current funders do. Things like the Howard Hughes Medical Foundation can sometimes fund particular programs or labs with stipulations about the IP. So again, it's this confluence of going upstream to the funders and the incentive drivers in the system and seeing how that will flow downstream. Amazing. Thanks very much. I think we have some action points, which is talk to researchers, and what we wanted to do as a group here was create a one-pager, perhaps, that we can give to different stakeholders in the system that explains the value of decentralized science. We have a map of the ecosystem with all the logos, but that wouldn't tell any individual why they should care. So that's something that we took away as a potential action point of the group to make compelling one-pagers. So hopefully people will be able to find me on Twitter or on Discord, reach out to people at Molecule, and we'll be able to perhaps coordinate a one-pager value proposition to help spread the message that we can share far and wide. All right.
Is this the one? Nope. Okay, this one definitely works. All right, so we talked about a lot of stuff in a very brief amount of time on the building awareness front. But in summary, a big topic was fighting information overload. So a suggestion there is, appointing a community steward whose role it is to simplify the stream of information and allow people to go down rabbit holes if they want, but keep that kind of streamlined flow of information, because often we see in these DeSci projects that it's just, here's my idea in 45 pages. It's very detailed and it's awesome and you can really dig into it, but we need as you just said, the one-pagers are very important as well. So even, that could look like having a communications squad or team or guild perhaps, having a group of people, or even just hiring a science communicator, because this information can be overwhelming, and when we're trying to reach out to people who don't have 5 hours after work to learn about all these things, we need an effective way to communicate it. And another point on that was we need to perhaps slow down a bit to do communications properly. So the natural move in Web3 is to move fast and break things, but communications is one of those things that should perhaps not be broken too aggressively. So taking an approach where things are very considered before being publicly posted can avoid confusion, which is a really big turnoff for a lot of people who are hesitant to get into the space already. Another thing that we talked about was framing tools in an accessible way. So when talking about something like Discord, instead of just throwing someone into the Discord and saying, okay, now you're part of the DAO, having a way to communicate that the Discord is not the DAO, it's a tool that the DAO uses to communicate. And I think that for scientists, that's a really logical pathway where you do some action and you use the software to complete that action, but doing the action is not the software itself. So that's another point that we had. And then, explaining in-person onboarding in a scalable way. So trying to figure out how to have one-on-one sessions in a way that actually scales with a DAO that could grow to whatever size. That's not super straightforward. We threw around some ideas, maybe having specific teams for this, et cetera. In terms of action points, I think one thing that really came of this was that we need stewards to simplify the information about your projects, all of your projects. And I think there was also discussion of sharing resources. So if someone's writing a document on how to use Discord for scientists, they should open that up and share it around in this community because it's useful for everyone. So thinking about this onboarding information as something that can be helpful for all of us. Yeah.
With the onboarding flow and more of the practical tools and everything, we touched on accountability and how bounties are being sometimes abused by people who do part-time jobs at multiple DAOs and don't really do the jobs, are not as long as they should be or not as well as they should be, and the kind of the difficulties of that. We also talked about if there's a solution for onboarding and managing contributors that matches everybody and one fits all, kind of, and the conclusion was no. And we also touched on the multi-chain assets kind of problem, which a lot of the DAOs face that have multiple things on multiple chains, and all these platforms that I showed in the presentation, they are also mostly on ETH, but some of them work with other chains as well, which is great. The incentive problems that we have to fix on our own within our own communities, maybe they're just not communicated well, back to Lily's point, or maybe it's not good enough and you have to step your game up sometimes. And the last two things, that the conflict of interest, because of the level of anonymity that we have within the communities, sometimes it can let malicious actors get a hold of your community and use it for not really good things, leak some very vital information. We don't have a conclusion for this. It's just what comes with the space, but yes. So it's more due diligence when you hire actual contributors of what type of people they are. Maybe personality tests, I don't know. And the last one is we identified that there's a huge gap with the teal organizations that I talked about, which is very self-sustaining, very dreamy, egalitarian, meritocratic organizations, and how DAOs work right now, which is very management focused. There's a lot of community managers. There's a lot of people who manage these bounties and everything. And kind of the action point here is decide and get very, very clear on your community's values and goals, and going from that, you can have better incentives, better alignment with the goals and the people, even the anonymous ones, and then work towards the teal organization dream that we have, and the tooling will catch up, and some communities will be better and going towards that, and eventually that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an amazing session of the women of DeSci. I just noticed it was led by women, and
I'm glad you just noticed, because we're also just people in DeSci.
No, it's great. And a clap for the ladies, please. It was really great. Yes.
Yeah, we would like to see a better percentage of women here at the next DeSci conference. And one theme that we didn't get to talk about was we need to be better than science if we're going to truly live the values of decentralized science, because science as it stands is very non-representative across many different spectra. So if everyone can, we've emphasized the power of personal connection in terms of getting people here today. A lot of people have come because they heard it directly, personally from someone else. Hopefully everyone here can go out and reach out to at least one more person that they'd like to be a part of this space, and we will grow it in the end.
Thank you, Isabel. That was great. So we are almost at the end of this first day, and for our last session, we have Dr. Sönke Bartling of Blockchain for Science. At the end of this session, we're also going to make the announcement of where the drinks is taking place, because there are drinks coming out later. Without your session is titled, I'll let you introduce your session and get you started with that.
Okay,
Sönke.
so we need the presentation view here.
Yeah.
So basically, we already know, we all know this, yeah? Why I'm so bullish about the current, what is it?
Wait,
the current revolution in science, DeSci. We already had this, so I'm like a little bit older than most of you, and I went through like a few revolutions in science, yeah? And I will like talk about this. And there's something that is really different this time. We already know this, and I think this is like really a golden thing that we have in our hands now. If we channel this in the right directions, we can really change science. And okay, cool. Thank you very much. So lessons learned from earlier science revolutions, and what we can do differently now, and what we can learn from this. Okay. It's not advancing. Let's advance the slides and then science.
Just let us know.
Yeah. Okay. So I keep talking. Okay. So, so first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk here, and it's really like a dream came true to like see real science projects and projects that use blockchain technology. And okay, so
I'll do the clicker for you. And you
okay, so did I click the wrong button?
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
Go back again. There.
Okay, cool. So we have.
There?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I can handle it now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, first big congratulations. Very slow, very small. Yeah, on this like setup. And it's already, as I said, like a dream came through. We have really science project. They use blockchain technology, Web3, and you distribute money through this, yeah? Okay, so today's revolution in science is decentralized science. We all know the definition by Sarah, published in Nature. Decentralized science movement aims to harness new technologies such as blockchain and Web3 to address some important research pain points, silos, and bottlenecks. However, it is happening with little input from the established academic communities. So, okay, what are the pain points in science? It's a long list. And who of you has worked in science, wrote grant publications, maybe moved into the DeSci space because they were fed up with some things there? I mean, we have the high threshold publications. Yeah, you only write publications. Sometimes it's a lot of it's a long time to write a publication. We have monopoly building, impact factor, silos. It's very expensive. We have a closed peer review culture, and so on and so on. We only publish sometimes. We try to implement dynamic publications like wikis. It's not working because we have the culture that is like built around the printing press almost, yeah? And the publishers control what is good science, and they take this from the ages when there was a paper that need to be printed on paper to be very able to be distributed enough. And from this they like still harness on this control that they created at these days. Then we have grants. Like grants take a lot of effort. There's actually a publication that says that the ECR, the European Research Council, ERC, grants take more from the scientific community than they actually give back in terms of money, like the efforts, yeah? So just like distributing the money randomly would like be better for the science community, yeah? And we have institutes with local cultures. Contribution, collaboration is limited, massive legal, administrative, and it's had an overhead. They act in their interest. They are change resistant. Research data is not really open only at certain points. When everything works out in your paper and you have like cleaned up your research data, then you publish it in a nice way, yeah? Only then. And maybe in a way that nobody else can use it, yeah? But you have like fulfilled what the European grants authority said to you, that you have to publish your research data, yeah? And there's not even a little trail of like how the data was created. You just like submit a final Excel sheet or a data set, yeah? You can like manipulate it a little bit if the research results doesn't end up with a p-value under 0.05, yeah? And some researchers make things overly complex to publish. They look biased at research results, and some just like behave in a way that shouldn't be like a scientist. Some called it like a cargo cult science. They behave like a scientist, but they are not really innovative. Organizations with a massive overhead and blah, blah, blah support the mean, not the innovative, crazy thinkers. And translation is risk-averse financing large overhead until you get money to like translate your research project. And sometimes VCs are like reluctant to believe the research data. There was like for drug discovery a paper 10 years ago in Nature. In Nature, they tried to like reproduce the results that scientists like created in the lab, even from Ivy League schools in high-ranked publication, and they could only like reproduce like 15% out of it before the drug companies. So imagine they would have a data trail and VCs could trust that the research data and the results are really true, okay? Yeah? Okay, sorry. Yeah, and we've seen earlier science revolutions, yeah? I actually contributed to one. This is the Science 2.0 movement. This was like in the late 2000s when the Web 2.0 came up. And we thought like with a social network for science, and I was like in the team in the early stages of ResearchGate, with a social network for science, we can fix whole science, yeah? Get rid of the publishers, everybody publishes in a social network, and everything becomes good and cool, and we have like better improved science. And even there was like this Vitalik of the 2000s, you know him, yeah? He threw a lot of money at the project, yeah? He was like the Belinda and Bill Gates Foundation. They were interested in open access. He thought like, as a tech guy, why aren't papers accessible? Yeah, this can't be true. So we have to fix this. And there was like a little legal loophole in ResearchGate that allows people to like put up their publications on the social network page because it counted as your personal web page, okay? And there was Angela Merkel there, and there were like many other projects like Mendeley. It was marketed like the last FM. Today, one would say Netflix for science. Yeah, you're interested in this paper, then you get like this in this paper. Many more projects, many died. Some like academia.edu, ResearchGate, Mendeley, Zotero, they still exist. And of course, Twitter. Twitter came up like in the late 2000s. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, and then there was the open science revolution. Or it's like constantly people talk about open science, right? So actually, science was always open. And it's like in the word stems of publication and patent. It means like patent, it's like the parterre, that is like open to your backyard. The word stems are to publish something. So science was always open. The degree of openness is just like what's changing over time, yeah? So we called our book, Opening Science because of this. You use new technologies to be more open, yeah? And then there was like blockchain for science in the 2018, mainly ICO-driven projects. And some died, some was even called Decentralized Science, a decentralized research platform. Yeah, but where did we end up with all these revolutions in science? Yeah? Well, we have the same pain point today. A few things changed here and there. Of course, we have like open data because grant authorities ask us to like use open data. We have like more open access journals. Actually, the publishers get more money by like using open access. Your university subscribes to the journal and you pay the open access fees, yeah? So they basically cheated on us again, yeah? Okay, so what we conclude from this, things that didn't help in the past. Best intentions, singing Kumbaya together, didn't work out, yeah? Going to open science meetups, oh cool, we should like fix this, publish it, everything, it's fine, didn't work out, yeah? And then many scientists are like open science pirates in the early stages, and then they realize, well, I have to publish and get this to get a position, become a professor, and okay, I was like an anarchist early on, and now I have a brain, I'm like no longer a communist, I have to play by the rules, okay? Happened to many of my friends, yeah? And it didn't work out by just like having open science projects, publish about it, have free licenses. If nobody uses all these projects, it doesn't change anything, right? It didn't work out in the past. Putting up a web page, this should be like this, and we should like improve science this way. Well, didn't work out, yeah? Taking pictures with famous people, didn't work out either. And large amount of monies. Like Bill Gates, he put like 80 millions. Other people like funded like open access things. Did work out so and so far only, yeah? Why was that, yeah? Because it's like, okay, what we are against to, these are like some of the people we are against to, the institutions, publishers, yeah? They have like a lot, even much more money. Like the publishing industry is like a $16 billion economy per year. 16 billions, yeah? The revenues in the publishing industry is only surpassed by the revenues in extraction business, in oil firms and like coal mining firms, yeah? Open funded institutes are resistant to change and again have a lot of tax money, yeah? They don't want to like let anybody else in. They have the tax money to spend, yeah? one example is that happened to us when we had Blockchain for Science. There was the Max Planck Digital Library who came up after half a year when there was the Blockchain for Science project with a novel consortium on Blockchain for Science. And guess what? They do invite-only conferences. Only contributing research institutes are allowed to come to their conference. Yeah? Is this really open? Yeah, with tax money? We have to question that, right? And now we have the DeSci revolution. Are we failing again? Is this going away, we sing Kumbaya together, and in 5 years we have the same pain points here? I don't think so this time. I don't think so this time, yeah? Really? Yeah? What is, yeah. So what is different in this revolution? Do you have any idea? Anybody has an idea what is really different? I mean, we publish on decentralized, we tell people to be more open, everything. Yeah, it's same as always. But there's something that is really different this time. Anybody has an idea? Well, it's like the drums. For the first time in all the science revolutions that we have seen in the past, we have direct means to, money. And we decide how money is distributed. So we are science funders. And where the money flows, the honey goes. If we can control research money for the first time. Not in ResearchGate, we couldn't control it. There were the same old funders. In open science, well, we should be open, but there was nobody changed because they still have to publish with their old impact factor journals and everything, yeah? And this time it's really different. Why and where's the money coming from? So we have money in the blockchain space. We have DAOs to distribute research money. We have all these beautiful new economies, IP-NFTs, Gitcoin with quadratic funding. And one difference is to for example, ResearchGate or Twitter is blockchain platforms are not only decentralized, but they are also provable to the outside. So imagine you would have a tax money distributing research agency and tell them to distribute tax money with respect to likes or retweets on Twitter or on ResearchGate. They say what the hell, yeah, we are not going to do this. The administrator can just sit down with a glass of champagne and manipulate the likes and everything, okay? But if you have a blockchain platform, it's provable to the outside, beyond manipulation, and if you fix civil attacks like identity problems, we could actually go and tell the tell the grant authority, hey, why don't you use this platform to distribute research money? It's provable to the outside. Even nobody hacked Bitcoin so far, right? So for the first time, a science revolution has real and direct power. So, and we as a community could come up with a wish list that we want scientists to adhere to if they want to have money that is distributed through a DAO or through quadratic funding. And we can basically put everything in that was a pain for us in science and have scientists to adhere with this. Yeah? For example, we can, of course, tell them don't publish in closed journals. Other grant authorities already do this. Publish and timestamp your research results on the blockchain, so you don't look biased at the data or fix it later on, okay? And VCs can actually rely on the data trails, that it is really there. Use decentralized publishing platform, short grants and funding proposals, no more overhead. You already do this, yeah? And there's a longer list. We can basically it's a wish list for Christmas as a kid that we could come up how the science world in the future can look like, because people that want to get money from a DAO should adhere to these things, yeah? And for you, for the DeSci community, this doesn't mean any change because you already take it as this is what's DeSci about, right? Publish decentralized, have an immutable data trail, create new incentives, use token economies. So there's no much change for you. But it's if you tell somebody outside at Charité and you're worried about onboarding people to a research DAO, I bet the first time some lab neighbor got 20 grants out of a research DAO, the others will follow. Yeah? So I know my fellow researchers, if there is money, they will do everything, yeah? even fake results, okay? So, okay, what should we do as a community? As you already said, like a one-pager to onboard people, how to install MetaMask and so on, but also come up with guidelines and stick with them, how researchers should conduct science in the DeSci way if they want to have money from us, yeah? And this is like really, really powerful. Okay, and then we might sing Kumbaya in a few years together and really fix science for the better. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sönke. That was an amazing last session.
Thank you.
We had one last inspirational session. We have questions? Any questions for? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we're gonna some questions because you were so great on funny. Just remember to say your name.
Beautiful. Thanks so much. This was awesome. Super inspirational. I'm Raf from Digital Gaia, and I was wondering, and we're working on exactly this kind of stuff. And one thing that we talk about all the time is, yes, researchers will go where the money is, but they'll also go where the reputation is. And reputation is an incentive that's a lot harder to redirect than money. So how do we create reputation systems that have integrity and that don't just replicate silos and hierarchical structures, but that are effective in this new world?
This is a very, very good question and a very difficult question to answer. But if you come up and you probably will have some sort of ideas to create something like that, and we shouldn't be so hard at us if we evaluate these new concepts, because the old concept is very, very messy. But we are all used to it, and we shouldn't be so hard if we come up with something new that has some weak points here and there, because reputation is very hard, even if you, especially if you want to make it Sybil attack resistant or being fakeable. And what I've seen in the past is that people, if they come up with something new, there's somebody, oh, this can easily be faked by this and this. But in today's world, with the impact factor and everything, it's very, very messy, okay? So most likely everything that we will build will be better, will be an improvement, yeah? Okay? No.
Yeah. I just had to your last point, which I loved. I just had the comment, which I think most people haven't realized yet. Even is that your wish list of things. I think there are some examples where it's already happening. Where for example, ARC Institute is one example that got funded by Vitalik and Patrick Collison from Stripe, etc. So it's not just crypto people, but they basically have all these most of the wish list items you have open publishing. They don't and then they're I think. It's just interesting to highlight, and there are good articles about it, about the efforts. For example, Vitalik has been supporting institutes that are already sitting outside of academia, like New Science, or Jet McCarleb from Stellar, as well as Juan from Protocol Labs, have put billions in the last 12 months even into specific scientific efforts that share a lot of decentralized science principles while sitting outside of the big institutions. So it's already happening. It's interesting to look into how exactly it's happening. So just what I wanted to add, because as an optimistic note.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment, Vincent. It was a good one. One more question here.
Hi, Philip from the DeSci Foundation. So I actually just wanted to add to that, Sönke. So this is actually, I totally agree with you, but I think we have more in our hands now than just money. We can also design incentives and mechanisms, which is completely new, right? And I do think that with that power comes a lot of responsibility. So there is a substantial danger that, with us basically redesigning the system from scratch, that we're going to make mistakes again, right? And even if the adoption goes through the roof and, we all want to sing Kumbaya, it is super, super important that we monitor what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to keep a close eye on what are actually the consequences of the incentives that we're creating. And for that reason, we're actually starting research centers at the DeSci Foundation, which are supposed to do exactly that, to look at what is being evaluated and how how are things being funded, what are the consequences of that, and what are the types of data that we need to collect to actually have AI readiness for science.
Yes, that is the right way to do, and we shouldn't be arrogant and think that we have like automatically a better system. But one thing I want to add here is that with blockchain technology and having like these things on chain, we can like move the incentive systems. Yeah, we can like change it. Today it's like if you measure a system, you change it, and scientists behave in like publishing high-ranked journals or publications. But if they don't know what the incentive or what the retroactive goods funding mechanism in 2 years will be, they might end up just like producing good science results, because it might change easily. And with blockchain and like we have like means of like changing this easily. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, Pierre Dev is my name. So this is great. It's about changing the environment the way science is done. So how are we going to instill, how is this going to bleed down into the programs where all these PhD scientists and master scientists are being trained? Because if we're going to change the system that they're being currently trained to work in, then they're going to get out in the field and that system is no longer there. So how are you, and I'm speaking as a scientist, 26 years in the wet lab, I'm an old man like you. How are we going to train, at the earliest ages to think in this process? Because this is not just about changing, about developing some technologies and paradigms and algorithms. It's a critical way in the thought process of how scientists who are classically trained to do science the way they've done. Yeah. What are the? How are we going to make sure that the training and the education of the scientists is going to be followed through with this type of thinking, this DeSci finance, DeSci thinking of spreading out across labs, for instance. We need to train the scientists to think this way as well.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's like, yeah, exactly. And it's a question like, where do they get their salary from if they just like get 20K out of a grant application? Yeah, this should be like worked out in the future. We are in the very beginning. Yeah, we are in the very beginning. Yeah. It's like here. It's really like. Yeah.
The caregivers who ultimately have to dispense these therapies or what happens to patients, they don't know either.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So if you want to avoid a situation where you had things like cannabis in Germany where nobody, the community itself, the doctors, nobody knew what to do, they just left it out to the community to take care of. So with other things like this, you're talking about changing the whole system, which has been around for a long time. The students need to be started trained now.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you. No one at DeSci is old, FYI. And this ends the first day of DeSci.Berlin. Thank you so much, Sönke. That was a great last session. Very inspiring. I just wanted to remind everybody that there's still a little small networking session, but if you want, there is the drinking session happening at 7 p.m. And they're going to bring up the location. It's called Birgit and Beer. I hope I said it right. If not, find a German person to say it to you correctly. Thank you so much again. We start tomorrow at 9:30 with the first session, so we look forward to seeing you here again tomorrow or at 7 p.m. over there. And you can stay and go downstairs and network, meet more people, join each other's Discords. For sure, make sure you join the Molecule Discord and introduce yourself and say hi. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye now.